Oh, how's everybody doing? What's going on, Braxel? What's going on to Slag Media Records, Brian Piontek? How we doing? Braxel, you got your onion rings and your hamburger ready? What's really good? I hope we can rock and roll at this different hour today. This is, you know how it goes, different hour. Yesterday, my attempt to do a stream did not work out as planned. My computer decided it needed a whole backup whole thing to go down, which I usually wait until there's like a gigabyte and a half of space before I do a backup. But for some reason, with all the sessions, I think this was the problem. I downloaded a session from somebody that was way bigger than it should be. Like a typical session, even 56 tracks, you know, what's the reasoning behind that being any bigger than like 4 gigabytes, 8 gigabytes? I'll settle for 10, 12. This thing was like 80, not for like no reason. It was ridiculous. I didn't have any idea why it would be that much. It made absolutely no sense. And it's because it was like all this stuff was sort of, there was all these tracks upon tracks that were like committed and everything was saved. It wasn't a clean session. I'll put it that way. So what a disaster. But anyway, it put me over the edge of the amount of space I like to work in, and then just backing stuff up turned out to be a nightmare. But anyway, that's how it works. Speaking of that, I don't know about you guys, but have you ever used ChronoSync? Because that's one of the best tools to back up Pro Tools sessions. A lot of people just drag stuff, but if you've used Pro Tools for a long enough time, you've encountered this problem that I've definitely encountered, which is sometimes the files aren't always all together. They could be in different places on your hard drive or some such nonsense, and then the dragging doesn't actually bring everything you need. So something like ChronoSync is really interesting just because it was a very reasonably priced thing that I've had forever, and it just always works no matter what your operating system, and it allows you to take the entirety of a folder and mirror it to another drive, and you can keep updating it. So essentially it's just whatever the difference is. Like if you added a few files, you made a few changes, it'll just update that. It just mirrors what's on your working drive to the backup drive. Very, very useful. I've used it forever. That wasn't the problem. That thing's always awesome. It's just, every once in a while you have a hard drive or something that just won't stay connected. I don't usually have this problem. It's rare, but, I've used a lot of Glyph drives, and knock on wood, they were always working fine. But one of them is in a weird, like shit the bed type capacity where sometimes it works and then sometimes it disconnects while it's transferring stuff. It's the only Glyph drive that's ever happened to me on. But, so every time it's working, I'm trying to get files off it and save them on other things in case that thing never shows up again. Of course, that's the biggest drive, so nothing fits anywhere else. All the other drives are already full. What a crazy debacle and disaster. But we're getting through it. It's okay. Everything's fine. It's just part of the game. Anyway, let's look at this. Let's look at the session. Jumping in here. The timing is different, so I don't know where GDP will be, if he's around or not. He's most likely sleeping because it's the other side of the globe, but we'll find out. I know he had family and all sorts of stuff going on recently, so let the man live. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we got a session in here. If you saw the video I put up yesterday, I was basically organizing it, and this is a case where the session had some, like when I opened it up, it was totally unmixed. Like there's nothing going on in terms of any plugins that are being used. It's just my typical SSL 4KG on everything. I ran it through auto align like I usually do. And if you want a video on how I set up the sessions, just let me know. I'll make one because it's kind of a boring type of topic, but I have no problem sharing it and showing you guys how the sessions get to this point. And sometimes when I figure out what stuff is, I will be like, okay, there's 4 freaking mics on the guitar. Let's just pan those all to the left and let's pan these all to the right, because I couldn't even listen to the song until I did that. And in figuring out what stuff is. I didn't want to have to remember what to do, so I didn't reset it. But like, so some of the panning was done. Like I pan these 4 mics one way and these 4 the other way. It's funny. I don't really do this today anymore. I used to record like at least 2 mics, but sometimes like way too many. Like rather than decide what I wanted, a long time ago, I used to be like, let's do 4 mics and then I'll decide later. I don't do any decide later now. That's one thing I'm happy I lost along the way, because that's a terrible habit. It's like I can't decide. I'll make a decision later. It's the worst habit to be into. But that's why some of my sessions with 4, like why 4 mics on the guitar, on one guitar amp? It just seems so crazy to me. Like nowadays, I'm way more a fan of not even doubling stuff. I have to say, my tastes have changed so much. When I listen to stuff like Radiohead now, I love the way those mixes sound, and the way that stuff was recorded. They would get a sound, and then that would just be, that guitar just lives on one side, which is why their mixes feel so wide, because there's so many different elements that come and go, and they're never like totally balanced from left to right. Something will be here, something will be here. Like it's not always there's something on both sides. Every once in a while, other things pop up, and they keep it interesting, and those mixes feel so wide because there's so much difference between left and right speaker. That's like the reason. And you don't get that when you double stuff. Like no matter what, you could change guitar, change amps, do all this stuff to like give yourself the ability to double it. But nowadays I would just not do, I would record one guitar part and then I'd record a different guitar part now, a complementary one, but not the same one. That's what I would do now. I wouldn't play it exactly the same, pan one left and one right. I think that sucks these days. Used to love it. Now I think it sucks. But granted, everything's different too. If you've got like a pop kind of R&B song, singer-songwriter thing, maybe one guitar in the verse, chorus, you might want it to get bigger, and you don't want to have these other parts because there's one part. So it's like, all right, I understand. It's an acoustic guitar. Okay, let's double it left and right. Just EQ the 2 sides differently. Don't EQ them the same at the very least. Because the more of a difference, the more wide it will get. And I should probably make a video on that, because there was a couple mid-side questions on my widening video. And the truth is, mid is sum, sides is difference. So the more difference between left and right you have, the more appearance of width, the perception of more width, more side, compared to the middle. You get engulfed in the sides if you have more of a difference between the left and right, which is why you'll notice when I'm EQing overheads, I never EQ them the same. I might dial it close, but I'm dialing it both sides in so that they're different. Overheads, rooms, whatever I have, I'm dialing them in twice so that little bit of difference, here I'm boosting 2K, here I'm boosting 2.8 or something, just a little difference from one side to the other could make a big difference, big difference. So that's why I don't just like, oh, they're overhead. Some people think you're going to pull them out of phase if you start EQing them different. I'd rather pull them. The out of phase pulling slightly with EQ just makes it feel wider and deeper. You get more depth. It's like, why not? You know what I'm saying? So anyway, I hope you guys are feeling it. Let's play this track without further ado before I jibber jabber all night here. And we have a start and an end fade, because there was this other section at the end of the song that I just like cut off basically. Oh no, wait, that wasn't this song. I was prepping up a few songs to get ready for the next stream. Once I was forced to sit there and wait for something to freaking do its transfer, I was like, what else can I get done? And I wound up prepping a couple songs. So let's hit play, listen to the track, and then we'll move from there. Oh, Adrian J. Official. What's going on, dude? Adrian J. That's the bicycle horn of good luck, good measure, good fortune, and amazingness, dude. Nice to have you with us. He says lots of videos on acoustic guitar mic placement and almost none on how and why to mix them in certain ways. That's a really good point. I'll make one, because it goes to some of what I was just saying. But bottom line, mic placement on an acoustic guitar is half the battle, like everything else. If you have a good recording, you're in a good place. But as soon as you put that into a session, it depends on what else is going on. There's an acoustic in this song, so I'll get to do some dialing in of that. All I have is the SSL 4KG on everything. You see these 2 red tracks are acoustics right here. And when I mix an acoustic within a dense rock mix, it's very different than when I'm mixing a singer-songwriter type gig, because the more sparse it is, you can bring up the entirety of that guitar. So when I think about what I'm boosting or not, in a dense mix, I got to take off those lows, because they're going to get in the way of the bass, of the kick, of the other electric guitars, potentially, of the vocals. You got to cut lows off. You got to cut top end sometimes. Sometimes you want to hear that shiny top end, but a lot of times the pick noise bugs me. The way that pick slaps on the string can really be annoying. So sometimes I just find where that is, get rid of that. Sometimes you do this all with just high and low pass filter. That's it. Just get rid of the pick noise, get rid of the annoying lows. And then a lot of times I will boost mids, because I almost want the guitar to sound like, how do I put this? Like presidents of the United States of America, their electrics have a very particular sound because they only use 4 strings on the guitar, and they don't use the high strings. Like, essentially, there's no B, there's no E. So they might even not have a G. There might be 3. Now that I think about it, it might be, but the guitar sounds so specific. And I like to think about that when I mix acoustics sometimes. Not that your acoustic will sound like that, but I cut off enough where it's just this nice, thick, mid-rangey, like, barrel that can be heard amongst the rest of the stuff. That's if it plays a critical role. I'm talking like 500 to like 2K, like that nice gushy zone. Then get rid of the top and the bottom. But sometimes I want to hear the top for percussiveness. And, that's all I want. I want just the top, and I don't need much else. But rarely do you need the whole thing unless it's singer-songwriter with one mic, on the vocal, and you got your vocal and guitar. That's it. That's when I might want the entirety of that acoustic to fill up the speakers. You can get away with a lot of different stuff if it's just less instruments. Just an acoustic guitar and a vocal. You can pretty much do anything with that guitar that you want. But if there's in a dense mix, now you have to do the opposite. So let's rock and roll. Let's play. Here we go. Hear the song. This is completely unmixed. All I do is throw on a bus comp so it doesn't blow up everything. And I want to hit the makeup gain so you guys can see, just so it's a level that doesn't sound crazy low. But I think we're okay. My test run of this thing, I think we're okay. Before every stream, I usually just, I don't even always do this, but the couple times I didn't, things would be crazy. I usually hit record and test the audio and make sure everything's coming through, just in case. With GDP there, I don't need to do that. But when I don't have GDP, I got to rock and roll that way to make sure you guys could hear everything. Braxel said there was a new Wave CLA video this morning with him answering quick questions. You see, I have not seen it, no. But I'll check it out. I love CLA. So let's play this through. And CLA is a fountain of great advice. So is Tom. I like both the brothers a lot, dude. If you had to pick like a crew to go to dinner with and hang out, those dudes would be fun. They'd be fun. Here we go.
I've lost the look, or maybe I've never had it to start with. You wrote the book, maybe it's true, I knew all about it. Maybe we were 17 and we were young and dumb, you know what I mean? Well, I guess I tried. I get distracted, can't go back to the
Okay, that's the track. Now, I had to start twisting a knob on a kick drum because I was like, where is this freaking kick drum, dude? I couldn't even hear it. No matter what I did to the music, I just couldn't even hear the kick drum. So tweaked it a little. But we're about to go through and really attack this thing. Now, before we do, and the way I usually work is I'll use an SSL 4KG on every single track in the song. I get to flip to the E mode, which is the 242s instead of the 292s, which is the black knob, essentially. You see that? How you turn this on. It goes from pink on top to red on top. They call it black for some reason. But basically, I do this as quick as possible so I can keep my ears fresh. I also keep the music pretty low while I mix for the most part, like real low. I love mixing that way. I always have. I turn up at different points in the song, but keeping it low is a big help to me. Also, all we have on is the SSL bus comp until I get fairly satisfied with the mix. A lot of times I'll even turn off the bus comp for the initial part of, I don't know, first half hour. Then I'll throw it on. So we'll see. In addition to that, we've got a drum parallel, which is another SSL bus comp, which I might start using. And in terms of frequently most used stuff, that's on there for me. An SSL bus comp in drum parallel. I also have one that has a decapitator on it. It depends what I need out of the drums. One with like some delay if I need it. All sorts of stuff. But Braxel's saying, he said only high-pass vocals. You have to watch what he says. Of course, these were quick answers he did. Yeah, always take that stuff with a grain of salt. Those videos, are anytime there's like a short video where there's no nuance in the answer, just realize that they clipped it. And, the guy's given so many interviews over so long, you have to really take a consensus of all the interviews and put them together, everything he's ever said, to really understand just how much the dude knows, but also what he's directing you to do. Because, I have to watch it, so I don't know exactly what you're talking about when he said only high pass vocals. But, I've seen plenty of times where CLA literally goes, this vocal's crazy dark, boosts 8K, a ton on his SSL, boosts, low end 100, 150, 200 on vocals, cuts anything unnecessary. It's just what the track needs. But definitely high pass filter, something I always use on vocals, especially because that weird low end rumble will happen when you like step on the floor or on the mic stand. Like a lot of people move around a lot, and if they bang into the mic stand, you get that like low end thumpy growl. Like if I were to hit this, it has a sound to it. And if you get rid of a lot of the nastiness that could happen in the room just by getting rid of like 70 hertz on down, I wouldn't gut it all the way up to like 100 plus, but like, 50, 60, 70, just listen to it. When you start cutting off the balls of the vocal, put it back. That's how you went too far. But high pass filtering the vocals is definitely a good move. Definitely a good move. And nothing's a hard, fast rule. There's nuances to all this. If you notice it when, the guy's got a super low, crazy voice, or there's some bleed in other instruments, it was kind of a live thing. Maybe it's just acoustic guitar and vocal like I was talking about a second ago. If you notice when you cut that, you use a high pass filter on the vocal, you lose some of the power sometimes. Like the guitar was bleeding into the vocal and we're losing it by rolling off 70 hertz on down. Well, maybe you want it then. I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like there's no hard, fast rules for this stuff. So keep that in mind. And let's start rocking and rolling. Literally, this is so much fun using the SSL 360 and just starting to twist knobs. It's like I yearn for this. It's exciting, it's fun, and I do it all the time, and it's still fun every time I do it. So I way prefer working there than opening up each plugin individually in Pro Tools. Like, it's not even a question how much more I prefer the other way. It just feels like real, as opposed to this. For some reason, doesn't feel real to me. And I worked like this forever, and it's still like as soon as I went to this, I was like, what? It's amazing. It's all now ears, not eyes. It's phenomenal. So anyway, let's rock. See what happens here. Anybody wants to, feel free, throw questions, comments, anything in the chat as we're working, and I will get to them sporadically. I'll be back and forth. Hit that like button, and let's roll. This is an old school flavor track. It gives me Beatles vibes a little bit. It gives me some kind of alternative, vibe also. Notice there's a metro, there's a time thing going on where there's some of the songs in 7/4, some of it's in 4/4. Pretty cool. So all sorts of stuff's cool. Let's do it. And that band Pussifer, they do a lot of stuff in 7. They're a 7/4 they're a 7/4 band, dude. Let's rock and roll. Let's do it. I think that's just because Maynard likes 7 a lot. I think everybody does. Like, there's a lot of 7 in Maynard stuff. All right, so before I do anything, I'm going to start with the drums, because we just don't have enough kick drum. We don't have enough snare. Like, nothing is powerful. So that's the first place I'm going to start. I'm also going to keep an eye on my bus comp, which is why the controller UC1 is actually really helpful, because you could always see what it's doing while you're doing other things, which is helpful. If you had the gear, you'd just look over. You wouldn't have to go scroll down, click a thing, open it. Very annoying. So, and in this view, you see it right here. So if this thing creeps above 4 dB, I don't actually want that. The entire time, like, this could stay on as long as it's doing almost nothing. 1, 2 dB, then I can rock with it. But I'll take this off if things become, over 4, 8. If it starts getting crazy on me, I might just turn it off. Like I said, the first half hour, I take it or leave it, on or off. It doesn't really matter. Do you have any advice for ghost notes on snare? Are we talking about in a live situation? Because, like, I know you have a live thing coming up that you're in the middle of doing or something, right? Like, you're planning for it and stuff. So if you're talking about on a live thing or on a mix, like, of a recording, I approach them very differently. In a live scenario, you can only really get away with so much, because you just don't have the ability to automate the way you would if you were doing a mix in a studio. That's where I solve most of my ghost note issues. I want to make sure the gate isn't removing them. If there's a drummer who plays tons of ghost notes on snare and they're all throughout, real dynamic performance, I might not even use a gate. That's the truth. So you got to go easy on the gate, so to make sure the ghost notes don't get obliterated. And a lot of times I might compress more to bring some of them up, to make the volume of the ghost notes closer to the hits, to like where he's cracking that drum. Once that happens, you'll get more in the ballpark, but the ultimate final boss to this is our VCA for the snare. We have to make sure we're aware of where he's playing them in the beat. So, this is why this doesn't work for live, because how are you going to have this much intel? You got to be aware of where they're happening, and by the time you've mixed the song, once it gets to VCA automation time, you should have a pretty good sense of what you're missing. It's like, I hear ghost notes, but they're not loud enough. I would just literally automate that fader every time I need more ghost notes. Bada bing, bring up those ghost notes on the snare. And compression is your friend on snare, because if you can bring the RMS level up and the peak level down, now all of a sudden those hits aren't red lighting your meters and making the sound of the snare sound like shit, compared to how loud you have to ride to get your ghost notes audible. So, that's where a solid compressor to handle that snare could come in really clutch. And keep in mind, your attack time is your friend for ghost notes, especially, because you might need to make it a little quicker than you might typically to be able to really snap down on that front hit and make sure you hear more ghost notes. I was listening to a Radiohead song today. To get in the zone, I put on OK Computer a lot, because it's one of my favorite albums of all time. And what song was it? It was like either Lucky, I think it was on Lucky, or Exit Music, one or the other. And I remember saying, like, man, that snare's compressed. Listen to the sound of the compressor on the snare. It's probably in everything. Like, they probably slammed, either did it in parallel and slammed it, or they did it right on the track. But that snare was slammed. And I remember thinking, like, I've never thought about that before. But when I listen to this, it sounds so good, because you hear all the nuances of what's being played, in addition to, and all that you trade for that is those harder hits, have the sound of compression on them. And then you get the ghost notes. So it's everything's a compromise, dude. Oh, Lycopene rock. What's poppin', Lycopene? Lycopene Rock. What's doing, man? So yeah, we're in the zone. We're about to do it up. We are about to do it up. And Adrian J, official, if you're still around, I just wanted to let you know there's so many ways you could mix acoustic. I'm curious what kind of stuff you're trying to, like, you want to talk about it in. Is it stuff that's super sparse? Just the acoustic is like the only instrument and a vocal, or even if it's acoustic guitar, but one of them, a vocal, a drum set, like how many? Is it multiple performances? Is it a studio recording? Like that all would matter as far as how I would go about dealing with it. But there's a lot of tricks you could use to make one guitar sound bigger than one, to make it where it actually sounds like wide and surrounds the vocal instead of just like, two instruments on top of each other, like just a very mono recording of a vocal and like a singer-songwriter thing. Can be done a million different ways. In the track, you're more limited. But that said, compression can be your friend on acoustic too, because it's one of the more percussive instruments. You've got so much attack and not a lot of ring comparatively, and that's not about miking. It's just a symptom of the instrument. So sometimes that means fast attack. Chomp down on some of that pick noise, and now you actually hear the tone of the acoustic. So it depends. It could also sound a little unnatural. So you got to really be delicate with stuff like that if there's less things in the track. If there's tons of stuff in the track, you can get away with more. So let's rock and roll. Here we go. Start tweaking. Our kick's fine for now. I'm just going to lower the output a little bit. But let's move on to like something like snare. I'll be back and forth to all this stuff as we go. All right, that was cool. I like playing the whole song through and tweaking as many things as I can all at once. We're cranking, we're working. A couple things I want to point out real quick. On things like kick, you know what you want. You need that thump in the low end. You need some top end sparkle to be able to hear the beater, but you don't need all of the rest of what you get on a kick drum mic, which is so much in the middle that unless you cut kind of whatever counterpoint is to the bass. So like if the bass is boosting 200, you see me cut 200 on the kick. What works on the bass, you often got to find that mid-range zone that sucks on the kick and get rid of it. Because it's not that it sucks by itself, but within the context of a mix, everything can't take up the same amount of space. And you got a lot of woof on a kick drum that is sitting right where the bass guitar wants to be. So when you got stuff like rock, and if I have 3 mics, I won't always do the same thing on every mic. But in this case, I'll start there because what I noticed is cranking 200 a little bit, all of a sudden the bass now is audible the whole track. I don't lose any notes. Everything becomes thick, gushy, and awesome. I don't necessarily need 60 hertz, 40 hertz. So I might turn down some of like 20, 30, 40, get rid of something down there. So the kick drum can live at the bottom, but 200 is where our bass will sit. Maybe some point at the top around 1K. We haven't even hit that yet, but this is my thought process. And then as I go down, the track, I deal with adding a little compression to a lot of tracks gives you, it's a color. It gives you a color. When you get done with a mix that has no compression on anything, it sounds very different than if you just tickle the freaking light on an SSL channel. Just tickle it. That first light is 3 dB. When it's tickling, it's like 1.5 dB-ish. Like it's just giving you a little life. Because keep in mind, the light is also showing you the peak. It's not showing you the RMS level. So you're really not changing things dynamically that much. But it does sound different the second you engage it. And it's working a little bit. So you'll notice this a lot on like the B. If you like the SSL 4K B, as soon as you engage that thing, color city. It's like, it sounds very different than it does without it. And some of that is like a little bit of a volume boost you get there also, but it's also just things tend to interact differently as soon as you add that. So I like the color it gives me. I put it on almost every track, very little bit for the color. Now let's keep it moving. Nice. I hope I addressed your question there. Slag Media. I hope I nailed it there. We got Lycopean Rock says, "Hey Bryce, I caught the CLA video. Good stuff. Love how quick he answers. A guy is not telling lies when he answers that fast. Yeah, that's awesome. CLA's great. CLA's great because he's entertaining and super knowledgeable. Same with Tom. The two of them, like, if they weren't mixers and they just had a podcast about music, everyone would watch it because those guys have such a deep history and understanding of music. They probably would talk about a million things no one else would ever talk about, and it would be amazing to watch. And even if they knew nothing about mixing, the thing is their mixing decisions and their whole life working in music informs the rest of their whole life. So I guess you can't have one without the other, but I would still watch it because they're so entertaining. What do we got? And they're both very different flavors. Like, they're not the same flavor ice cream, the two brothers. They're both very different. It's pretty awesome. Braxel 1 is like, sounds like a good lunch. Yup, we got Adrian J. Official saying, I work at a radio station and found 2 old Shure M67s. Ooh, 67s are probably one of the most used mics of all time. I feel like more people find you could use a 67 on anything than any other mic. There's probably been more 67s used on more things than any other mic in history. I'm a huge 47 fan on vocals. The Tube 47 on vocals, FET 47 on kick drum. You'll find that's a hugely popular combination. But a 47 Tube on acoustic sounds amazing. Singer-songwriter stuff, that'll do it for you right there. An 87 is nice, but a very different flavor from a 47. And a 67 is beautiful. I mean, you could use it on overheads. You could use it to mic a guitar up. You could use it on vocals. You could use it on acoustics. I mean, It's another one of those mics that can be used on everything. So yeah, Adrian says, I ordered 2 old short M67s in the basement. I set up 2 SM57s up in an XY pattern for acoustic guitars. You might want to try. That'll work. There's nothing wrong with that. 2 57s in an XY pattern. That could work. If you got like one kind of pointed, I bet this is how you did it. Tell me if I'm wrong. You probably have one pointed at the 12th fret, which is kind of the money spot, just in front of the hole of the acoustic guitar is the money. And if I have one mic, even if I don't have one mic, the other day I recorded an acoustic guitar performance, and it was played on a Taylor that sounds amazing. Like, it's a really nice sounding Taylor. One mic, the right mic, was doing the trick. I used the 47 clone tube into a Neve 1073 into an 1176. Just barely kind of, hitting the 1176, mostly for color. So slower on the attack side. I made it just fast enough where I could feel it doing something, but not audibly get annoyed at what it was doing. Because, like I said, compression is a flavor too. And it just thickened up the guitar a bit. Committed it all on the way in. A little bit of a EQ on the 1073. It's a BAE 1073 with the EQ jams on it. And I felt like I brought everything I needed out of that guitar with one mic. So I didn't need to multi-mic it. And it was facing the 12th fret. And the way I like to do it is kind of get it as close as you can where it doesn't impede the player's hand. And a lot of time what it comes down to is like, try not to move. Because that's the thing. Whenever you mic up a human body that's moving, it's always difficult. So the player, if they understand, like, stay this distance from the mic and everything will sound great. That's could be an exercise in and of itself. But right there, guys, he stayed consistent enough that recording it was easy with one mic, sounded awesome. The other way, if you're doing XY, is probably one at the 12th, one slightly behind the hole. So like where your bridge saddle is on the guitar. Those two places, if you get XY and you can make it pointing at those places, back it up far enough so that's what they're pointing at. Ooh, that could work. And 257s is a great way to do it. Something wrong with that. Sometimes people like to do, I tried this a couple times. It worked well, but I don't find the need to do it. But you do mid-side when you're recording guitar. Like recording acoustic with something just pointed at the 12th and then something ribbon. I like a ribbon for this, pointing front and back. And then you blend those together. And it could be beautiful because now you got a nice center image. You also have the sides. And, if you do that right, you could really get that to work in a lot of different things. It'll feel as wide as you want or as close as you want together. And then, your vocal can even sit over top of it really nicely. But there's no right way, wrong way. I at one point, I just really like something bigger than a 57. A 57 can be a little thin for bottom end. And if you want that acoustic for its bottom end in something sparse, you gotta use something that will pick up that low end of that acoustic. And a 57 does an okay job. I'm not saying it doesn't, but I might prefer some kind of large diaphragm condenser. Could do it better. Probably. Everything could work. Like an RE20 could work. I like a tom mic is a good choice too. Like a MD4. I like 440 ones on acoustic a lot, but a 421 could kind of work. Kinda. 441 sounds very different than a 21 though, and that's my choice for acoustics. I really like that. But a 441 combined with a condenser is like the sweet spot. Or just the condenser if you want to use one mic. I'm a huge fan of one mic on acoustic. Especially you got to go 12th fret with it so you get some of if there's any sort of finger action happening, pull-offs and whatnot, like the 12th is a better move than going only saddle. And never go only sound hole because then you just get the freaking wind cannon. It's basically what it is. You get the woofing of all that sound pressure or, the resonance from the center sound hole is never ideal. You'll get it, but naturally you'll get it just by being a little in front of it with the right mic. Adrian said, I played around enough to get a sound I like with different song arrangements, but I'm curious to know your philosophy on XY mic placement. I love it on drum overheads, dude. Adrian, it's probably my favorite way to do drum overheads these days. I was taught, spaced pair was the favorite of a lot of people that I was taught by. And over time, I did so many recordings with spaced pair that I got sick of it and was like looking for other ways. Glyn Johns was also a part of what I learned, and I was like, this is cool. I like Glyn Johns. XY sort of solved a lot of the issues that I had with spaced pair. I find that it centers the snare drum better within the picture, and I'd rather have that more centered feel of the snare than the extra like pseudo perceived width you get from spaced pair. So I'd rather do XY on it does something to the cymbals also. Having the capsules close on top means that when the cymbals when there's a lot of cymbals playing, like in a lot of rock, it just doesn't make them sound as washy. To me, that's the thing I hate more than everything else in the world is a washy sounding cymbal. So I'd rather have XY up to avoid the wash. But, space pair shows up every once in a while still. Depends on what's being played. If you got a part where there's like no freaking, cymbals happening, you could really get a lot out of a space pair. But I like XY. In a live situation, if you got a mic like a guy playing timbales or, bongos or whatever, XY is your friend. It's because it'll allow you to capture the whole thing in phase, and you don't have to, on a console that might not have the ability to flip the phase, like a lot of live cheaper consoles don't. Some nice small diaphragm condensers, XY will get the job done more often than not. Anyway, I love XY. I'm a huge fan. I don't typically do it for stuff like acoustic guitar, but that doesn't mean couldn't be great for it. It's just not something I typically do. Like I said, more often than not, I'll just throw up one, or if I do put two mics up, that's the beauty also of like auto align today is if you get the sound to be pretty close to what you love, when you run that thing through auto align afterwards, it'll just give you 10% more of what you were already hearing, but with 10% less cancellation. So that means everything just gets a little stronger, a little more powerful. And then you blend to taste with the two mics. But a lot of times, just based on the configuration of the way a guitar is, I want to get the mic behind the guy's arm to get like sort of facing in towards the hole, but from the saddle area. And then I want to get one up by the 12th fret. So sometimes just by that in and of itself makes it really hard to get what I need out of XY. Doesn't mean it's not a great idea, though. It could really be good. If the distance is right, it could be solid. It depends on what you like, too. But those 67s sound amazing, honestly. That's pretty cool, dude. I appreciate you stopping by, too, man. That's awesome. Glad to have new faces showing through. We got Slag Media saying, thanks for the advice. Live drums recorded yesterday. The drummer kept referring to a build up as blast beats. And I was like, oh, you're hitting the snare at ghost note level. Yeah, okay. There you go. That makes total sense. The gate is your worst nightmare when you're trying to deal with a drummer who wants to slam real hard and then also hitting the cymbals like crazy and also really tight, very quiet ghost notes. The gate is going to really destroy your life. But if it's a recording, use a separate track. Treat the ghost notes as their own instrument, like their own snare drum, different snare. Treat it that way. And then you can gate the other stuff as hardcore as you need, and you won't have any problems. Just find the moments of ghost notes, create your own track for them. Treat it like a second snare. Braxel saying, I really like the Lauten Atlantis. It is such a good mic. The Lauten is getting a lot of people are talking about how good that stuff is. Lauten audio, posted some pics. I'll check that out. Adrian J. Official said the Shure SM67 is actually a vintage microphone mixer. What? The Shure M67 is actually a vintage microphone mixer that I believe was used for field recordings in the 60s and 70s. I run the SM57s through them. Good sound. Well, I mean, the 67 is a very popular microphone. I don't know what a Shure M. You're talking about the Shure M67 being referred to as a mixer. Maybe the letter M is what's throwing me. Maybe M67 is a mixer of some kind. But the 67 is a really, really popular studio mic that everybody loves. It was like Mark Rubel's favorite mic ever. Al Schmidt used to use it all the time on everything. It's a really popular mic. Forever. Pretty much forever. That thing is awesome. But I've never heard of an M67 mixer. But that's cool. It could be awesome nonetheless. No problem, Brian. Thanks for stopping by, man. Come through, if you're around, pop back in and out, because as this thing progresses, it gets very different. There's a weird acoustic thing that popped out. Now, notice what I do when I'm mixing acoustics or any instrument. You got to make it loud enough to hear the freaking thing. That's something that CLA would tell you just like that. I feel like he'd be like, listen, if you can't hear it, how are you going to mix it? So make it loud enough so you can actually hear what you're getting from it. Mix it that level, then lower it back into the track. I find so many people fight with the track at a very low level, boost things way more than they need to because they think that they need to hear it. But if you just make the volume louder, well, now you just turned all the EQs up by a few dB. That's really what you did. Everything now is louder. So do you really need to boost as much? I find you don't. As soon as you could hear it, you can make those decisions. Now, as soon as I heard it, I realized it was an acoustic guitar that's not stopping when everything else stops, and I don't like it. Where is it? Right there. That pissed me off when I heard it. I was like, why is that doing that? So this is where we go in and we make the band even tighter than they recorded. And all bands appreciate it when you do that. That's not a bottom line. Everybody stops, but this guy decided he ain't going to stop. No thanks. Sometimes that's what it needs. But you could tell that's not what this was. This was just a mess up. Way better. There's the juice. And never line up downbeats. A lot of people ask me, like, how do you know what to focus on when you're mixing? It's like, I don't know what to focus on. I just focus on whatever attracts my attention. I'll tell you what I don't focus on is making the band sound like they're a freaking robot. Don't do that. Like when I hear this downbeat, I felt the bass is slightly later than the kick or slightly later than, see, where's our kick? This is our kick, and everything, let's see where that is compared to, see, look, we got kick here, bass shows up a little later, and a symptom of the bass is you never hear it at first blush. It sort of has to build on you. So the bass always feels a little later than other things that have a really sharp transient on them. But acoustic is early, like stuff like this. I don't care about this stuff until it really bugs me when I'm listening to it. And you got to set your radar for what bugs you properly. In other words, it's not my job to go in and make everybody sound like robots. The fact that the drummer leans back a little, the bass player leans back even more, and a guitar might be a little on the beat is what makes the sound. You don't mess with that. That's why bands sound the way they do. That's why freaking Zeppelin sounded the way they do. That's why Guns N' Roses sounds the way they do. It's a symptom of who's playing where and to what. Bands are ecosystems. And as soon as you change a drummer, everything changes. That's why, like, a band sounds great. They make these hit records, and then they swap one guy. It could be the least likely person that you think would influence the sound, and it ruins everything. Or just changes everything, often in a negative way. Also, keep in mind, never make the two sides the same. In this case, it ain't no sides. It's down the center. And the reason it's down the center is because this isn't two performances. This is one. It's one performance. So never take one performance with two mics and split it. Now, granted, I said never, so that should irk you a little bit, and at the same time, realize I'm talking about an average. On average, I never do it because it makes me feel queasy, like I'm on a freaking spaceship in Dubuque when I listen to something that's one performance with one mic pan one way and one pan the other way. That bugs me to no end. I hate the way that sounds. So what I do is center them. If I'm going to go right with it, they both go right. If I'm going to go left, they both go left. At least that way, we're getting two mics to create our sound, but they don't have to be split, and they shouldn't be split as far as I'm concerned. I hate that. That's my opinion, but I'm sticking to it. Hate that, man. Doesn't matter what it is. Guitars, keyboards. If it's multi-mic'd up, put it together in one place. Notice I rolled a ton of bottom off, it's about 70 hertz, and we're going to do the same on this, but this is what I was going to say before. I don't want them to necessarily even be the same. They can be when it's both down the center. Like, it really doesn't matter if it's 69 and 70 or 71 and 69. Like, it doesn't really make a huge difference. What I don't want, though, is to, like, boost lows, but instead of even cutting 70, sometimes I'll just take down the lows. So you don't need to use your high-pass filters if you don't like to. You could just use your EQ and just remove with EQ rather than with your filters. It's no, like, right or wrong with that. But you'll see one or the other on acoustics most of the time because they get in the way of things. There's so much bottom end on an acoustic. It reminds me of a piano in that there's just, like, when somebody plays like a real, like, a grand piano or something, it's like, oh wow, that's all the frequencies. It's like, what else can even fit in this track now? You know, and you got to take stuff away to make it fit. Yeah, dude, Adrian, I'll check that out, dude. I like weird old school, like, you know, mixers that nobody uses anymore and stuff, but a radio station dug up, or that could be real cool. I'll look up what an M67 is. That's pretty cool. Join our Discord if you haven't already. Anybody who wants to, we welcome engineers of all skill levels, and it's a great place where you can put up pictures and stuff. We just like to keep it here while we're streaming, and then afterwards we jump over to the Discord, and that keeps the conversation going. And there's dudes over there like Mr. Psychotronic has his own corner spot over there where he posts stuff he's building, like a DIY section where he orders parts, he posts the schematics, he posts the circuit boards, what he's building, he's soldering. The freaking guy is a mad scientist. It's awesome. And he's living over there being awesome. So anybody who's awesome, we appreciate you. And that's what's up. Because we're all crazy engineers at the end of the day. Like Opine Rock said, snare is popping, love it. I appreciate it. And this should show you something. I'm going to do a couple more things with the snare as time goes on, but my initial gut reaction is like, only move what needs to be moved, touch of compression, can I get away with it? It's super dynamic now. So what'll happen is when I start getting to the guitars and making them stand out the way I like, sharp and bright and kind of like classy sounding, I might need to go back to the snare and revisit it, but maybe just smashing it in a parallel will give me everything else I need. A little more length. That's the thing with the snare is like it's cut nice. It sounds pretty nicely cut now. The length, we can get it a few different ways, and one of which is to blend a drum crush bus underneath, and that's where you see drum parallel come into play. We'll get there in a few minutes. Now, these are grouped, which if you notice, I twist one knob, they all go. Because over here, before I started, I grouped all these guitars as guitar ones. Now, since some are pan right and some are pan left, I'm actually going to ungroup that because I don't want that. But one of these is probably the same thing because I'm looking at guitar one. So that's probably this. So yes. Okay, so we still have our one group. We have our two group. So since these are all going to one place, there's not really a downside to grouping them and then just EQing them all. Like, why EQ the SM57 mic separate from the Octava, separate from the Blue mic, separate from the Shure Dynapro? Like the 4 different mics on one guitar performance, all panned one way. It already sounds good even. Maybe I just want a little something, a little 3K or whatever, 2, 4, 5. Why do it 4 times? Just group them, make it easy on yourself. The only time I wouldn't do this is like on all these tracks at once, which is why I ungrouped that big monster of all these, because I want the right side to be EQ'd different from the left side. On top of that, it's a different guitar already anyway. It's a G&L, and this one's a Fender. So the sound is already crazy different, but we're going to make it more different by not EQing it the same way. And that extra difference means extra width. Difference between left and right is width. You'll get extra width out of it. One thing, Lycopene Rock over here. Oh, Vinyl Bear Studio. Let me throw you the link, dude. Good to see you, by the way. Let me hit you with the bicycle horns. Some glockenspiel, some of this party maker, a little of that, and some of this. Anybody, because I don't recognize your name, but you have the coolest logo of all time and the coolest name of all time, Vinyl Bear Studio, with this awesome, is that a grizzly or a black bear? What is that? Looks brownish. It looks like a grizz or something. An awesome logo for your studio, dude. I'm feeling it. So yeah, let me hit you with the Discord link. Courtesy of Skynet, we'll throw in the Discord link in there. Yeah, dude, become part of our section. So yeah, well, all I'm saying is width is king. Width is king. Look at how much I'm boosting on the kick drum. Lycopene Rock wrote bass drum. I'm boosting 50 hertz by 12, almost 13 dB, and I'm gutting it at 200 hertz by about 10 dB. And I'm boosting a ton, or 4 dB a touch, I was going to say, at 3K, and a little bit at 8K. But just, that sharp point on the drum, 4K, 5K, sometimes 3K. It could even be down to 1K. I like the Andy Wallace sounding kick drum, and sometimes he'll boost 1K all the way up to 3 or 4. Like anywhere in there could be your money zone. And also keep in mind when you boost, like if you boost 8K or something, it's bringing up the top, but it's doing it in a more natural way. So sometimes I boost both. I boost on the mid-high band over here, and I boost on the top. And that way I get, it's like you add it up, 5.7 on a super top, so it's on the shelf, so it's kind of giving me something around 8K, which trickles down to some of the beater, and then something around 3K. So it's like I go above, I go right in the zone, and then I don't need to boost as much in the zone. But I'm not totally satisfied with it yet anyway. You know, this is just first instincts. As you go through, you tweak stuff to make it sit the way you want. So let's keep it moving. It's good to have you over here, Vinyl Bear Studio. We welcome anyone who wants to come check it out, be part of our crew. Engineers from all over the world. We got literally Japan, Sweden, all through the U.S., hooked up, connected over here, Germany. We got people from everywhere coming through. So be part of it. Join up. Be careful when you know you have 100 guitars. Like, I don't have 100, but I've got a lot of mics. I'm not going to boost lows yet. I like boosting 300-400 on guitars. A lot of people go, oh, that's crazy that you do that. It's like, nah, that's the money. What are we talking about here? On electrics, that's where you get the nice oomph at the bottom, and it doesn't trickle into your bass zone of 200. Like, boosting 100 on the guitars or 150 or 2 never made sense to me because I want my bass to live there. So when I come down to other things, like all these other guitars that exist, I don't want to boost lows yet because something here might need the low boost. Whereas this was kind of living its life. This was okay with very little on the low end boost. It was just missing brightness. So my brain said, not bright enough. So I hit it with some top. Now, with stuff like this, since these three are one performance, we might as well group that. So I don't have to EQ it 6 times. So this is an SM7, an Octava, and a Blue. It's a Blue Bluebird. Very affordable mic. Also has a particularly cool sound. And this Octava is a bit darker of a large diaphragm. So these two, the Octava and the Bluebird, are both large diaphragm condensers. Just call that guitar 3. Call this guitar 4. Now that we're like that, we're locked up. And the reason we're locked up is over here, globals. If you got globals checked, you know that anything in the C position, for me, that's A, B, C, is all locked up. So whatever I twist moves on all the channels. The globals is key for when you want to twist one knob and have it affect 100 things, or 2, or whatever. Now this guitar is also a little bit dark, but the cool thing is the SM7 is a close mic. The Octava and the Blue are far mics, which might mean we want to just balance them differently depending on what we want out of them. I might, ungroup so that I can adjust balance before I even touch an EQ. Because right now they're all the same volume. This is what we got. So now as I manipulate this, which one are we on? 4 or 3? I think we're on 4. Okay. I like that sound. I don't hate it. So before I even touch anything, let's just bring them both up significantly, and then let's listen to it. Super thick. I don't hate it. I kind of think it's pretty awesome, to be honest with you. You couldn't see it, but what I just did was relax my compressor, because every time I make decisions like that, like boost the guitars by a freaking ton, it's definitely affecting the compressor. So I'm going to bring them back down. What you should take from this too, there's a couple things I want you guys to take from this. One is you have your own EQ within a balance if you have a multi-mic source. So if you got a bright mic and 2 room mics, or in this case, an SM7, it's kind of dark. It's like a 57, but with a little more gap between the capsule and the cage. So it sounds a little darker because it can never really be right up on the source the way a 57 can. You've always got this air gap. When you take your SM7, if you want more of that close, you bring this up, you're actually making it darker, as if you had an EQ, making it darker. If you were to, I think it's the opposite of what I just said. If I were to lower the SM7, which is the close mic, these room mics are darker in general. That's pretty dark. So our brightness is actually, it's like we have our own EQ because we've got 3 mics and one of them is brighter than the rest. Like this is the brighter mic. If I were to lower these back to wherever they were, like negative 12-ish, let's take this up instead. That's a much brighter sound, as if I EQ'd it, but I didn't. So what I'm saying is the first step you might want to do is actually try to get it to balance between your mics so that it's EQing it for you. And what do you like? Then if there's something else you need to tweak, then you hit the EQ. Multiple mics can be looked at that way. You could also just crank the thing on your EQ knob like I did with the other guitars, but in this case, it was like a little dark. So I'm going to deal with that before I even EQ anything. Now these guitars fill the space up pretty nicely, whereas like I'm not sure how much beef I want out of these down here. Dude, thank you. Honestly, I just started. It's nice to hear that it's a nice balanced mix. That's a symptom of the stuff that was tracked. I can't take credit for it after I've made only so few moves. But we all know it didn't start this way. If you were to watch when I started an hour ago, it's a lot of talking. I think I started a half hour ago. That's what it feels like. But yeah, it's very few things done, but you could see the moves made here as we're rocking and rolling. A lot of it, comes down to the fact that it was just a little dark. And that said, as we go through, I'm pushing and pulling on places that I know that are problems. Like, I didn't let 200 hertz on the kick rock for very long because the bass needed to live there. And yeah, we haven't gotten to. Have we gotten to all the guitars? I think so. The only thing we haven't gotten to is vocals yet so far. But I appreciate the compliments. And some of the guitars haven't been gotten to. Like, what is this here? Let's see how many we actually have. We've done those. We've dealt with this a little. We dealt with these just through volume. That's what we did here. Both of these, just volume. Hardly any tweaks at all here. I might mess with the filters just to get a little bit of clarity on the bottom end of it. Because if we were to solo these, I bet you'd hear some, the rooms these were recorded in weren't the most isolated rooms. So that means if a band's playing, and it was like more of a rehearsal studio type of place. If a band's playing nearby and they had a bass player, you might get some of that low end seeping into our mics, and I want to make sure we don't. So getting rid of 60, 70 hertz on down would be key. But Vinyl Bear Studio, I really appreciate that, dude. I'm glad you joined the Discord also, man. That's awesome. Welcome to the family over here. Bada bing. Hit that like button, crank that. And we'll keep rocking and rolling. Let's see what we got this weird kind of thing. Very cool. Weird sound effect. I dig it. I dig it. Sounds like a fuzz pedal on a cat. Definitely sounds like a fuzz pedal on a cat. Notice I never go over 0. Also, I just throwing out all the little tips. Going over 0 is a no-no for me because once I get down to mixing my VCAs, which is where I get my final automation balance and really bring the life out, I like these to start at 0, and we only have 12 dB above 0. I don't need more than that when I'm messing with VCAs because it's at the end of the mix. Everything should be great, and that just gives it life. If you have to add more than 12 dB of life to something, there's something else wrong along the way, probably. And if you really needed that, you could always do it in a couple crazy ways. But I like to make sure, as a habit, I just never go above 0. That's why you'll see my loudest things in the mix. Typically, kick drum sits at 0. Snare drum might sit close to 0. This isn't always the way it is, but a lot of the time, vocal might sit close to 0. But the rest of the stuff, like usually guitars, are way lower, just as a symptom of how much space they take up in the mix and how far to the front I really want them in the mix. Let's make this bass jump out a little more too. We got to go to vocals in a second because I'm already being like, I need more vocals. I need more vocals. So before I even touch the bass, let's just group these. I don't know if they're grouped already, but bass. Let's jump in our jams. I like to use this impedance as an EQ, because as you crank up level and it might be a little brighter, obnoxious, you might saturate, because that might help you get more harmonics out of it, a little more flavor out of the bass. And it'll also make it where now there's just more information for your ear to grab onto. So what'll happen is you'll feel like it's better. However, this impedance knob, not a lot of people mess with this. The more it's to the right, the more full the frequency spectrum is, which would mean all the highs. You don't lose the highs. As soon as you start cranking this down, it changes the flavor of the saturation, makes it darker. So the more you crank down, the less highs you're actually going to get from this. At first blush, it seems like, oh, why would anyone want that? But you heard in the track, I wanted to crank the finger noise up, the string finger noise, like the pokey part of the bass, like 1.5K, 1K, that area. By bumping that, it got a little aggressive and annoying, and I can actually take that down not only with the compressor, but also with the impedance on the saturation juice. So that's why I rock this, crank this thing down a little bit. Now we got a little more easygoing. I just find that cool. Also, keep in mind, the more you turn up the saturation, you're losing low end. I find the low end feels less full the more I saturate it when I'm on an SSL channel strip. It doesn't work like this on every channel strip. In fact, Sans Amp, you could saturate and get more lows when you're done because you have low end control. It's just a function of the way the SSL saturation works. I turn up this even a little bit, and I'm getting a little less low end, which could allow me to turn this back up. So in other words, 6 dB down is unnecessary sometimes when I crank the saturation up on the channels, this preamp circuit. So stuff to think about. Yeah, exactly. Good call, Vinyl Bear Studio. Like, saturation on bass is critical so you can hear it on small speakers. And there's a number of ways I go to about achieving it. One of the ways is, like I just said, on the channel strip. The other way is pulling in some of my flavor stuff, which is Spectre. Sometimes I'll bust it all to a Neve 1073 channel and just crank this red knob until I feel like saturation is right and lower the output. So there's all sorts of ways I might achieve it. The SPL tube plugin is awesome. I really like that plugin. Sometimes I just throw it right after this. SPL Twin Tube, this guy. Woo! It's just something about it makes the bass sound the way I'm used to basses sounding, like the way in my head a bass sound. Now, I'm doing most of the heavy lifting right now on this compressor. But what I could do is, rather than that, Sometimes I'll throw on a 76, or even a Wolf comp could be nice and aggressive sounding and cool. But the 1176 is a good go-to for my first choice to test stuff on what I like the 1176 Rev A. I also like the Bomb Factory. Comes with Pro Tools, so if you're familiar with that, you don't need to. It's just if you have Pro Tools, you have that. That thing still puts in work for me, and I've been using it for years, since 2006 or something. Put on before I even do vocals. I'm getting happy with the rest of this. I like a little tape saturation flavor for kick. It's just something about the way it squashes that always feels good to me. That's a good method right there. We got Vinyl Bear Studios says, sometimes I send the bass to a chorus bus with a high pass filter. Yep. That's actually part of my template. You gotta have as far as I'm concerned, you ain't lived in the 90s unless it's probably earlier than that. Like, I feel like every bass sound from the 70s, 80s, like there's always a chorus somewhere. You could find one if you look hard enough. Microshift's one of my favorites. The H3000 is pretty cool. But it's just so hard to dial in. There's just so many choices. Whereas the little microshift and the regular microshift, they're both great. Like, this one has even less choices, which is why I like it. I like less choices. I'm a fan of less choices. I mean, if we have both, little microshift shows up more for me. Little plate shows up more than super plate. The little stuff, like Echo Boy Jr. shows up a lot. What else? So yeah, that sits here just in case. It's a just in case, because I find that a chorus on bass can sound really cool, but it can also really change the flavor. And that nice in-your-face dry bass sound might need it in just choruses, a little bit of that. So you could automate that on and off. There's all sorts of ways to do it, but that's always an option for me. Big fan. Freaking sounds like a video game from back in the day, right? Sounds like Contra or something crazy. What was it? You hear that? I love that. You know what? You could create that effect with the Auto Biscuit, the 8-bit effects thing. It sounds like this Chinatown thing I used to get all the time. It's like a keychain. It costs like $1. And every time I was in Chinatown when I was a kid, I used to like always want one of those things. Had like 8 buttons on it. It's like a little keychain jam. You'd hit a button, it would sound like that. There's all sorts of weird effects on that thing. Like, anybody remember those things? There was a bunch of different colors. I'll post it in the Discord once I find a picture. I'm sure if I could find a picture of one of those things. It's like the OG original keychain sampler. All right. I'm not using a 2A. Hitting that LA 2A pretty hard. Ain't using a 2A. Maybe you're talking about mosquito at 2 a.m. type sound. What's going on? The System 728. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you coming through, checking out our mix session going on right now. We welcome everyone who's stopping by for the first time. Jump in the chat like the System. Say what's popping. So we're aware of your presence. Join our team. And yeah, man, it definitely sounds like a mosquito flying through at 2 a.m. Definitely. You know, speaking of that, I have a feeling you just gave me an idea, dude. We got to fly this thing around the room, don't we? Now, if I was going to fly something around the room, you know, like, and I awoke and heard the sweet sound of bouncing round, the echo of whomever spoke. I might just draw it in with panning like this, you know, and maybe grab it and just, you know, do some pace jobs, make it quicker. And I awoke to hear the sweet sound of bouncing round, the echo of whomever spoke. I might do that. I might hit him with Pan Man. Pan Man, somebody and Pan Man, yeah. Somebody and Pan Man. So a little Pan Man, slow down the rate a bit because it's always too fast for me. All the auto pan plugins for some reason start at like the speed of light. They start where it's like shoo, 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 shoo. It's like, what is this? Am I playing with a cat with a freaking toy, or am I trying to hear something that's smooth? I want it to pan slower, so I always hit them with a slower rate. It's like I'm using a laser pointer to play with a cat or something. It's always way too fast. Braxel's trying to hit those onion rings. Do your thing, Brax. Onion ring up, dude. Like right here, that's an interesting slope on these parts. I think this is just another mosquito sound. Yep, pretty mosquito-esque. Now, I'll probably do something weird with the mosquito here and make them like, you know, go this way. Then we'll bring them back down, make them go this way. Bring them up, make them go this way. Over here, maybe we'll do the opposite. Which way did I start? I started left. So here we'll hit them with the juice and send them that way. Send them this way. Now, what's cool is, if you saw my video today, if you didn't, you should check it out, but try to arrange the sessions in a way that makes sense. Like, I like that this weird mosquito sound is all on one track. It would bug me if I had to create that track because there's a mosquito freaking all over the place randomly on different tracks. Like, how many mosquito tracks does one need? Not that many, you know? Maybe one, if that. You know what I'm saying? When you got vocals here, definitely a good idea to pan that mosquito. Vinyl Bear might have been talking about something like this, like, you know, hitting hard or something. You got to, everything's based on the compressor you're using. There's really no reason to shy away from hitting an 1176 at 10 dB. Obviously, if you're doing a freaking orchestra or something, you're not going to want that. But we got a dense rock track on our hands. That needle should be moving. Don't be sitting up here looking at 3 dB being like, yep, perfect. Odds are on something this fast, that ain't enough. Odds, odds. Like I'm saying, it could be enough. It's not always enough.
I hope you never leave.
It's up here. Living life. Chilling. Bingo. Now, with something like an 1170, the 2A, like you mentioned, which is not being used, but if we were to use a 2A, you could get away with using a 2A in series with a 76, and you could do it a bunch of different ways. I know guys that put the 2A first and then a 76 after, or something else like a DBX first and then an 1176 after, because you can set the 76, because it's so quick, use it more like a limiter to catch things, set it to 20-1. Put it after the 2A, and the 2A is basically a it's a variable release on that compressor, but it kind of slows down as it releases, which can be cool, but it does let things through also, which is why you do it with something else a lot of times. It's usually not enough by itself. And on something like that, needle should be moving also. Like, if it sounds good, it's good. So if the freaking needle needs to move to make it sound good, then that's great. Then make it move. Like I said, it's all context. If you're dealing with a dense song, you're probably going to need more compression than on a song that's got no density. You got to make that vocal into a barrel. This is a CLA Tom Lord Algae thing where it's like, if the vocal is taking up all this space, I can't pull it into the front of the speakers because it takes up too much room. So I got to make it like this and make it consistent, which means compression, to get that thing to cut and punch through the mix. So you think they're doing that and they're not slamming it with a compressor? They're slamming it, dude. They are slamming it. See, now we're able to get away with this not being that loud either. It's like negative 4 dB.
What's the word of the day, my friends?
We also probably, I haven't dialed this in. In other words, this compressor is not in action. It's not even working. We haven't even EQ'd the thing yet. And this is another thing I do, is a lot of tracks I hit EQ first, and then I'll add the compressor for flavor. Vocals, a lot of times I put the compressor on first, because that changes the flavor so much of the vocal that I'll then be able to tell what EQ moves to make better after I've compressed it. If I do it first, 9 times out of 10, I then put a compressor on and everything changes once I can hear the vocal super clear and all the nuances. Now I just want less of everything I just did to the EQ. So rather than keep chasing my tail, I've realized that doing the compression first is more helpful on vocals. In the chain, it's still after the EQ, but it's just helpful to dial it in first. And what we're going to do is just copy the 76 to the harmony track right here. Now this thing we may want to... I might even lower it a bit too. We could take it down in the output.
You wrote the book. Maybe it's true, I knew all about it. Maybe we were 17 and we were young and dumb. You know what I mean? When I get...
Let's throw it on a bunch of them.
We were young and dumb. You know what I mean? When I get sidetracked. When I get distracted, can't go back to the future. Take it out of the past now.
Do. Yeah, some people put an 1176 first, like Vinyl Bear, so they usually put the 76 before. Some people do it the opposite way. Yeah, I know. Some people like a 76 first, and then the 2A is like a smoother in a way, because the 76 grabs the annoying stuff that's super aggressive and quick, and then the 2A just is more for flavor when it's after it. Whereas the other way, the 76 becomes more of the catch-all limiter, and the 2A gives you more flavor in the front. I find if you like the sound of a 2A, you put it first. If you don't like the sound of a 2A, it can work really good after it. But the 76 winds up taking the lead, so to speak, in terms of the sound when you put it first. But it's the fastest compressor on the planet. I really love it. It's my favorite choice. If I never get rid of my 76. I have a Mohawk Audio 76 with 2 different flavors of transformer choices in there. I've had it forever, and I love it. I literally use it every chance I get, and I can never get rid of it because it's so freaking good. It's my compressor of choice, and I prefer it over everything, including a distressor and everything else. That said, distressor is also great. It's probably one of my second choices. The Fairchild is really good on vocals, honestly. Like, they're all good. Everything could be good. And any 76, the Bomb Factory, the CLA 76, the UAD one's probably my favorite, but they're all good. Got another one here. Got to throw it there. Once you dial in 1, if the gain staging is roughly the same, like you notice nothing's giant and compared to little, like you should, that's the beauty. You set it once, and sure, you might have to tweak it, but you know, we're sitting at 4-1. This one may be hitting a little hard. But I like the sound of it when it was hitting hard. Now this is a double. I'm going to hit it with a compressor also. Now what I'm noticing is it's a little dark. Let's just bring up some shine on the top, a little 8K. Little 1. I'm finding what that thing is that's annoying me, so I boost it like crazy, and then I'm just going to cut that a little and then boost around it. So what did I do here? I don't even know. I cut a little 1K. I boosted like 128, so I'm a little above it. And I say I don't know because I'm not really looking. I'm just to my heart's content. You know, I could get further away from it, but to make it a little different sounding. But there's something about 800 on vocals sounds really good, and 1K can sound really good. It's all dependent on the mic used and the singer and what they're doing also. It's no hard and fast rules here. And since we're using the 76, I might hit it with a little compression, but not much. We'll set it to like 2-1. Just that tickle. It just changes the vibe a little. And it makes it where the 1176 won't have to work as... Now be careful when you're boosting frequencies on doubles and stuff. A lot of times I roll top and stuff off of doubles, you know, because how many S's and T's and annoying things do you need, really? Keeping it moving. Very true, Vinyl Bear. Very true, dude. It's all to personal taste. That's true. You were making a good point. Options paralysis is a thing, 100%. Oh, it's such a thing. That's why I don't buy new plugins. There's been people like Braxel, for example, wanted me to try the Oxford Gate 2, the Drum Gate 2, whatever their new gate was. And I did want to try it for like a hot day and a half. I was like, that looks awesome. I got to try it. I always need a new gate. And then, my better senses took over. And I was like, man, I hate buying new plugins. I really do. I don't like doing it because then I'm tempted to use them. And then I wind up putting them on a mix before I really know what they do completely. And they wind up ruining something. It's almost always what happens, because it takes time to learn new plugins. And who's got time? Nobody's got time. If you're working on stuff, you don't got time. You need it to be great now. And you don't want to have you ruin 2, 3, 4 mixes because you force a new plugin into the mixes. That's what happens. So that's why, like, one thing you'll never get on my channel, and I hope everyone subscribes. Anybody watching, checking it out, subscribe. Any questions you got, throw them in there. I'm all ears. Throw them in the chat, throw them in the comments, either way. But you'll never see me tell people to buy new plugins. I never do it. Or hardware. I never do that either. Because I think this is, what we do is so far from a game of like, how many things can you buy? It's really far from that. The most important things you buy are room treatment, monitoring, and a computer that will run sufficiently. Those are the most expensive things you'll purchase. The room treatment, your monitors, and the computer to run the whole session. After that, almost any plugins can get the job done. I have preferences of what I like from doing stuff constantly, like certain things made the best of list. But, once things get on that best of list, it's really hard for me to learn new stuff. And I don't want to, because I know how long it takes. And I'm not immune to it. I got a plugin for $1 the other day, the Steam driver dropped by Mixland. And it's like a tube weird compressor saturator thing. They had a special where it was $1. So I was like, yeah, let me try that. And the first mix I put it on live, it ruined the mix. It just straight up ruined it. And I usually do these in 2 parts. I'll do like half today and then another half tomorrow. It's about 80% on the first day, and the last 20% takes about as long. It's usually how it works. Because the fine tweaks is a lot of little moves, but they matter. And they're very important, but they don't take as long as, or they take just as long as the bulk of the work. And in that next listen, I was like, with fresh ears, it's so easy to hear what's wrong. So with fresh ears, I was like, what is this like weird sound I'm hearing? And I would every track, I was like, where is it? Where is it? As soon as I took that plugin off, it just took this veil off the whole thing that was so much better. And it's just because I didn't know the plugin. It's not because that plugin sucks. It could be great. That's the problem with new plugins. You got to know everything about the plugin before you use it. And the only way to do that is spend time messing with it. It's the only way. That's why I like my mainstays right here. My mainstays, SSL channel strip all throughout the mix, and my SSL G-Bus comp throughout the, on the big stuff, drum parallel and the mix bus. And I don't do a whole lot of other parallels and stuff nowadays. I used to do parallels like crazy. And now today, when I listen back to some of my mixes I did like years ago, I'm like, wow, why did I do all this extra stuff? It made everything sound worse. No question. The less you can do, the better the final result will be. Do less.
Cause all we're left with in the end was in your pockets when you went. And all the time you waste is lost till you start adding up the cost. And then maybe we were 23 and we got old and cold, you know what I mean?
Now watch the drum set come to life, come to life. That's how you say that. Because I'm about to hit them with a parallel. 7980. Parallel time. Now, how much level? I usually just lower it a bit. And if anything's like an overhead, I hit follow main pan. Now, once you do it once, just drag the freaking thing over is the quickest way to do it. But snare, kick, I'll be down the center. Overheads, I want to follow. And I want them lower than the kick and snare. Because I hate whoosh whoosh. If I had a couple t-shirts, one would be do less. The other one would be I hate whoosh whoosh, which is the sound of a cymbal that doesn't stop ringing. I freaking hate that. So if you have follow main pan, you don't have to mess with the knob for panning on the send. It just knows what to do. So got to always do that. It follows the main pan. Now, I don't send as much level of this into our bus comp, for example, because I don't want the cymbal to, when you compress and bring up everything, you're also making those cymbals never die out. They just ring forever.
Cause all we're left with in the end was in your pockets when you went. Now the time.
Once I put this on, it's always the same thing. It's like, how did I ever live without that? You know, you need something like this. Whereas when I put parallel on everything, I don't feel the way I used to feel about it. I used to be like, ooh, it's better. The vocals sound amazing. Everything's, nah. Now I don't feel that way. But, you know, we could lower the volume here. You could lower it on the makeup gain, understanding where you're hitting what, like, you know, this output fader or up here, the same thing. Not going to make any difference. I got to deal with this gate. All right, now that we've got that in place, I just want to do the other thing I always turn on fairly early. I wouldn't call it fairly early. What are we, 2 hours in? Roughly 2 hours in. Since we were on the subject of mainstays, this Mic DSP ML4000 is by far one of my favorite tools for flavor. I like it so much that it makes me want to, you know, do what I never do, which is try other plugins. By Mic DSP, it makes things like that APB really interesting. That APB, you know, bunch of chips in a box, supposedly analog mixing, even though it's digital, in one rack unit, that kind of thing. It makes that really, really kind of cool and appetizing, because I think if nothing else, it comes with all the Mic DSP plugins, which is pretty amazing. And since I started using this, this was like one of the only things. See, for anybody who doesn't know the history, I used to mix hybrid all the time. Once I started mixing in the box, I was very much convinced, and you could look at my video history and you'll find it. I was convinced mixing in the box was subpar no matter what. I was like just not a believer at all, until I stumbled onto doing several things that simplified my workflow, number one, but also was a very different workflow than I did when I was mixing hybrid. And a couple elements really made that work. One of them was this, because that's, I think, the thing with the Mic DSP stuff is the dude who builds it, and I can't remember the guy's name, but he's awesome. He basically designs his plugins so that this is why people from they're OG. They're forever. Mic DSP is one of the OG plugin makers. He makes a plugin called the Analog Channel 1. GDP talks about it all the time because he loves it. This is how he described it, and he makes me want to try it, honestly. He's like, you can drive into it, and it will push back the way a console pushes back. And it's rare to get plugins that kind of do that in a way. You know, a lot of them, you have to really be aware of the level going in and out. He's like, whereas that, you could push 5 dB into it. You won't get 5 dB out, but it's not a compressor. It just gives you like that kind of soft cushion the way a console might fight you. And I find that with the ML4000, it's kind of a similar thing. There's a huge sweet spot for what's acceptable in here, but it's such a colorful freaking limiter. It shouldn't even be called a limiter, but it is.
We got all the
It just brings everything to the front, but it adds such a flavor, which is not unlike you drive into a piece of gear in the analog world, and the more you drove into it, the more you get this flavor from it that would be a sonic footprint. And without that, you know, if you went from hybrid to in the box, they give you similar sonic footprints that you were used to. And for me, this was a big one. Depending on where you set the crossovers, it'll do different things. But for me, just the way I have it set is tucking in the low mids. It's also making everything a lot more exciting. And the ATR 102 slipped on, if you saw that, because this is my like bare bones chain I'll throw on once I get fairly happy with the mix about an hour, 2 hours in. And I'm just, I haven't even touched all the vocals yet, but this was a good time because it's mostly the other instruments. The vocals take up space, but they don't take up as much space as all the rest of the instruments. Like I said, I'm trying to create a cannonball out of the vocals. The instruments are really filling up the whole frequency spectrum.
He was 17 and
So I need to know what they're going to sound like before I start boosting crazy frequencies and stuff, because it changes the sound of the vocals a lot. And even with bass and stuff, it tucks in the part that's like a flubby gut, like a fat guy gut. It tucks that in. And it's really kind of cool what it does. I'm feeling that plugin. Now notice how hot I'm hitting the master. That's no bueno for me. I don't like that. So I have a bus, or a group rather, called All for Bring Down, and I'm going to come in here and lower everything. Now there's several ways to do this. I don't touch my master until after I've automated the VCAs. So I leave this out, and until then I will lower it on this group. But if I brought this down, it would also send less level into these things. I'm not concerned with that. I'm going to deal with it the way I like to deal with it, which is on the tracks themselves, because I know this allows me to not have to take notes or anything. See that it says kick 0, 0? I know I was at 0 before I turned that stuff on. Now I turn this stuff on, it's too loud, so I could just bring this stuff down by 4 or 5 dB. Notice it's moving everything except the buses.
people, what's the word of the day, my friends? Mister, have you heard? It's all a means to an end. 'Cause all we're left
The vocal's a little too pointy for me now. Now, every once in a while, I do this, and just be aware, when you do create a bus that's for everything, whatever you touch now, if you have the globals grouped, it will freaking just move everything in sight. So what I'm going to do is actually just open a save session file from before, because I find that to be annoying. Like what I just did, this was accidente, because it was about, I don't know, we'll go back 2 minutes. It won't make a difference, really. I haven't done anything, really. All I did was lower the volume in the last 2 minutes. So the other most important thing you could do is in preferences, set your save session files to freaking every minute. Trust me when I tell you, it'll save your life more than once. So when I come in here to my save session, check me out. Session file backups, look, 57, 56, 55. Every minute. You're going to want that. I can't tell you how many times when it was like every 5 or every 10, it would bite me, where I'd be like, man, I just made this thing great. And then now I want to return and I don't have a minute. I don't have the last minute. So while I pull this up real quick, just realize I'm gonna be jumping in the chat, so I'm not going anywhere. But this thing you won't be able to hear my voice because the mic shuts down when it opens the new session, but it should take 1 second. So just bear with it. I ain't going nowhere. We're going to open up this thing from a few minutes ago and go from there. Here we go. Bear with me. I ain't going nowhere. Here we go. I'm still here. I didn't go nowhere yet. I just wanted to see, do I want this one? Yeah, I guess I want this one. We'll go with 155. Here we go. All right, we're back. Now, I can tell if you see how the kick is at 0-0, that's how I know I didn't touch it. So it's just it's a good way to work where like I just keep track, very meticulous keeping track of like the mic DSP is on, the ATR is on, the bus comp's on. Now I turn this on. Now what I should have done when I made the group is turned off globals for this one particular group. Because if I did that, I wouldn't have to sweat this. So we're going to do that. Now remember to turn the freaking thing off. I make that mistake more than I should. I'm not ashamed to admit it. So Vinyl Bear is talking about, I saw an interview clip with Sheps recently where he said he no longer likes the sound of parallel compression so much. Yes, it's a very particular, like overly aggressive foot on the gas sound when you send most of the mix through it. And that's why I don't do that. There's something about I'm always battling natural sounding versus super processed. I battle that every mix because I think ideally things would sound really freaking amazing with very little done to them. And as soon as I run the whole mix through a parallel, the way he was doing it was basically everything except drums hit that parallel. Everything just sort of starts to sound weirdly unnatural. And it could work in some songs. You may need that aggression depending on the genre, arrangement. But I don't know, man. Sometimes I find that like I don't want that much aggression. And as soon as I do something like that, the volume shoots up. Like I don't want the thing to be as loud as a lot of people want to try to achieve. I don't ever think about volume. I just mix the whole song and hope that when I get done, it's loud enough. And when I work that way, it is. The problem is, if you go into it trying to make things super loud, you're going about it all wrong. Your mindset's actually going to hold you back from making a good mix because it will be loud enough naturally. Trust me on that. It will be loud enough naturally if you're filling up the frequency spectrum in a way that works. It will become loud enough. And if you think about it, first, you wind up making decisions that don't make any sense and will make your mix worse. Like trying to keep every meter as high as it can go, as opposed to realizing you can bring this whole thing down by so much and it won't matter at the end. You could always bring it back up at the end in the right place in the chain. And then because nothing's hitting anything too hard, it actually sounds better instead of worse. So I find people shoot themselves in the foot when they go about it the other way. And it's like my life's mission to tell people it's really hurting them to do it, because it is. I mean, it's the truth. I used to always think of it that way. I used to be like, oh, I can't gain stage anything because I'm losing something. I need as much level going from here to here, the whole way down the chain. Nonsense. Like, nothing is good that way. But that's like everyone has a starting point at some point, and then you realize how dumb that is. It just ruins everything. Vixio Beats! What's poppin', Vixio Beats? How we doing, yo? How you doing, Vixio? Good to see you, man. So, I'm about to save. Hit me with the save real quick. Hit me with the save shot. Do you want to replace it? No, let's not replace it. Let's just make it M1 good. Okay. We got Vinyl Bear was talking about that push-pull thing, like I was talking about with Mic DSP, is why you started using Air Windows Console 8. I feel like people have mentioned Air Windows before. A lot of people talk about that. GDP may have brought that up. Our friend GDP. I think he mentioned some Air Windows stuff to me where not that long ago, talking about them. Yeah, a lot of people mention that. I find like I get a similar thing by using the ATR 102. Like I said, I'm kind of opposed to buying new plugins. Like I'm just opposed. I feel like there's no reason to buy something unless it's to fill a need you're missing like crazy. That said, the closest I've come recently is the Analog Channel 1, which is one of the oldest Mic DSP plugins ever. I think now they're up to like Analog Channel 8. It's the same thing though. And I get a similar thing from this. Putting this first that was a game changer, because a lot of people, I think, hit their compressor first, or their saturation could be last. I also put it last, but putting it first gives me a little bit of that glue that when I drive into it, it's not like, an even keel 3 in gives me 3 out. It fights back, and that's what I like. This thing can sound really squashed if you want it, like juicier. I call it juicier because the kick sort of swells and like fattens out when you use any sort of tape saturation or, that kind of thing. Even tube stuff, it all has like a swell to it. It doesn't just hit you. It goes like, it splats. That's how it sounds to me. You also get really nice natural round sounding low end from a plugin like ATR 102 or the Studer. You get a lot of low end out of those plugins. That sounds really different than just boosting an EQ on, pick an EQ, any EQ. If you were going to talk about what EQ you guys like, on the mix bus, I'll give you 3 that are my favorites. The sidecar, Mark Daniel Nelson sidecar, is absolutely one of my favorites. And that's why it shows up on almost all my mixes, because it's not just an EQ. It has compression when I need it, but a lot of times I leave it off. Like it's always sits on off for compression. I like the filters. They add a flavor that sometimes is exactly what you need. The EQ is amazing. The frequency choices is really perfect. And it has like a box tone color to it because it has like converter emulations in it. This is the JCF, I think, and this is the Lavery Gold, if I'm not mistaken. And the line amp sound is awesome. So the whole thing is just a little more color. This 2-channel, 8-channel thing, it does really funky. Really an amazing plugin. I use that a lot. So once I discovered using this in combination with the Mic DSP with an ATR on the front, I was like, okay, now I'm back in the zone of like some stuff I was really missing. And then any compressor will work. Unfairchild, Bus Comp 2. I just love this because I get to stare at it, so I know exactly what it's doing at all times without opening a plugin. Oh, that's awesome, dude. Vinyl Bear Studio says he's never bought a plugin in his life. Don't even have a credit card. Dude, power to you, dude. All the Air Windows plugins are free? Is that possible? Thanks, Vinyl Bear. Vinyl Bear saying, I was just going to mention the low end is a strong point in this mix. No muddle and tight, but responsive. And, I appreciate that, dude. Thank you. It's, Now, I'm looking at this level. The amount of level I hit all my processing on the bus with matters a lot. So when I see this sitting super high up, that irks me a little. So we're going to come over here, all for bring down. We're going to hit this -4.6 with another couple dB down. And then I'm going to take it off before I forget. Now, I'm not usually looking at the peak as much as I'm looking at the RMS, like the average overall, where's the bulk of it sitting, ignoring the peak. And roughly anywhere between, I want to say like -25, -15, or -10 is okay. Like there's such a wide range of what's acceptable. It's just how hard do you want to hit your stuff. So like this is the first plugin. Usually I like anywhere in this zone. I like to keep it conservative. Once I get up here, things start to sound weird and the red sounds terrible. So just by hearing what it was doing before, I knew I was hitting it too hard. That's why I brought it down even more, because I could feel this having too much of a footprint, and that's why I took it down. I like that snare. It sounds pretty good. But what I might do, I might investigate either a clipper. I like the Alpha Comp V2 for the soft clip circuit. And if you don't have this, standard clip is great, and it was a very affordable clipper. So it's a lot of things that add up to something sounding good. One of them could be that. The other thing is we could add a little more into the bus comp if we want, but at the moment I'm just going to leave it sitting because I actually don't hate what we got. And it's a very ringy snare, and I actually like it. It sounds good.
And I get this, go back to the future, take it out of the past.
Just want this thing to really grab that because it gets aggressive on us too quick. We're going to leave it there for now until it bugs me again later. See, if this thing's not doing like 20 dB, this thing's way too dynamic. It's like too crazy. So sometimes when that happens, I'll hit it with 2. I might hit it with the DBX first, or after. Might depend. What do we want? Maybe we want a distressor. Panman's fighting it, so I have to take that off. Like because we have this thing drawn in, Panman's actually worse. Whereas if I took this off, Panman might work. Vinyl Bear said, all free open source. No way. People need to know about Air Windows if it's all free open source. That's awesome, dude. Good call. I'm happy you brought it up. You know, the tools in Pro Tools, I've talked about this before, they're so good that, like, there's a Fairchild that's a Pro Tools stock plugin. There's a, Bomb Factory is one of the best compressors ever, still is. I use it all the time still. And it's, comes stock. So, like, you could get so much done with the stock. Sure, Pro Q3 is great, but the EQ7 band is, like, amazing. Like, they're both great. Like, you don't need, for a clean EQ, those are both great. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I like the color EQ stuff even better.
I get sidetracked. I mean, I get this right. They can't go back to the future. Can't get out of the past.
I'm going to decide how to pan these parts. I like them kind of where they are, but I just want to experiment. Because they're doing so many things. Like right here, I can't pan it because then it'll be...
We tripped in triple digits and we kicked the bucket when I get sidetracked. I mean, I get this right. They can't go back to the future. Can't get out of the past. I mean, I get this right. They can't go back to the future. Can't get out of the past. When I get sidetracked, I mean, I get this right. They can't go back to the future. Can't get out of the past.
That pickup note softens the next part. I don't want the pickup. I kind of dig this right here. Yeah, we don't need all that. I think we need a little stop. This is something I do in every genre. You ready? You're going to see something I do a lot. That's hilarious. Vinyl Bear talking about that mosquito. He's like, never leave with the mosquito. Kind of hits different. It's true. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab everything but the vocals and the drums. So all these tracks, no buses, just tracks. What is this? It's a blank track, I think. That's why it's inactive. So just the tracks, no buses. Not that. I should hide all the inactive stuff that I'm not using. That's a bus. It has this olive. I keep the bus as olive green, so I know. No. Okay, so I come in here and I go instruments. Now, in our globals for instruments, if I just take this off, I won't have to accidentally remember and mess up again. So let us do that. So this is what I like to do. I like to just hit the down arrow when I feel everyone should stop except for the drummer, because the drums are not in this group. So all right. Right there. Down arrow for down, up arrow for up. It gives me a section. Now I can just come in here and grab it. That's what I grabbed. Notice it's not on the drum track. It's everywhere else. Break the clip, mute. That's the Command E and then Command M. Sometimes you got to do the M a couple times because just the way it works. Don't ask me why. I don't know. But we'll come in here. Now we can adjust the thing at the end, but it just creates this excitement on the moment. And because we're grouped, I could just drag this back out to whatever I like. Now all of a sudden, because of the silence, the next part's going to feel bigger. This is what mixing is. Before, there was loud, there had to be quiet, or no one would recognize what loud is. There's no bright without dark. There's no loud without quiet. There's no good without evil. And that's the truth. So now the band, sounds like world beaters. And, some people go, do you fade or not? I'll tell you the truth. Some stuff I don't. Some stuff I do. Like, I'll do these kind of chops in every genre. And sometimes it benefits when you do, like, chops in stuff like either hip-hop or anything where you want to create, like, this feel of stuff coming and going. Not fading the clips is sometimes the move. You don't want it to be smooth. You almost want it to, get emphasized by that clip sound, where when you cut this, sometimes you'll hear a little click or a pop. If that's right on a kick or a snare, you won't even notice it. It'll just make it feel bigger. So sometimes yes, sometimes no. When it comes to rock, a lot of times I will, because the drums keep going. The drums are the instrument that it won't matter, because those instruments themselves sound like clicks and pops, just because of the nature of that concussion of the hit, how quick it is and everything. Whereas on instruments, it's like the drums still play, but the instruments go out. I don't want to hear a click. I don't want to hear a pop. It's got to be super quick and be out of there. You'll know. Just listen back. You'll know. I need you to never leave. I hope you never leave. I need you to never leave. I hope you never leave. I need you to never leave. Yeah. Now, the end where this drummer goes like, this awesome fill, this is a perfect example of why you need to automate. And I don't like to do it until the end. I like to do it on the fader so I can give it all the feel. But when this snare thing happens, it's like I don't hear enough of it. Such a cool fill. It's like, so I got to hear that thing. Now, I could automate it like this, but like I said, I'll usually do this at the end, sometimes both. That kind of sounded good. But I usually save that for the end and do it all at once, because there's all sorts of moments like that. It's just I don't want to forget one. So if I can hear it now and I know I want to do it, I'll do it now. There's a cool effect here that's not getting the guff it deserves. Now, sometimes when I deal with effects, I do them. These are all my effects. So if you're wondering, wow, what is all that stuff? It's every effect that I've ever used recently that strikes my fancy. So sometimes this tape flavor, the stuff that's inactive, is actually the best stuff that I like using, depending on the moment. But like this, there's one effect. So it's just in position to be called into action at all times. So I come over here and I will go 99, 100, which may have to change because it's a bus I actually use a lot for other things, for plenty of other effects. So this is a weird affected vocal. What do I want to process it with? Now the magic is no magic at all. It's just it's some automation that was happening, which is what's kind of cool that you could always do. I just threw a bunch of stuff in the automation zone so that if I wanted to, I can hit touch and then create a moment like over here. That weird shoo, that awesomeness. Love doing this kind of thing. You see what I'm saying? That kind of a thing. Now maybe it was cooler before, so I just hit undo one. So moving the rate is cool because it takes it from going like, it speeds up the amount of oscillations. The feedback just determines how crazy it gets. Do you want the thing to sound like it's, going nuts on us, or should it just be faintly happening? So these two are awesome to play with if you just want a little flavor and you don't want to go so crazy. But a lot of times I'll throw all the parameters in there so I have my choice of whatever I want. But I might mess with this here too. We got old and cold, you know what I mean? Well, I get sidetracked. I get distracted. Can't go back to the future. Can't get out of the past. Now you notice it stayed kind of static. The reason it stays static is because the rate isn't moving. You got to move both. Yeah, we got old and cold, you know what I mean? Well, I get sidetracked. I get distracted. Can't go back to the future. Can't get out of the past. Now, some people would think this is crazy. It is. So am I. So are we. Fall in line. Get in the game. You know what I'm saying? Now, the cool thing is it'll be different every time you do it. The other thing, keep in mind, I'm panning this or it wouldn't sound like anything. Moving it around is the key for making stuff like this better. It's not a spaceship unless it moves. How many people know stationary spaceships? How many of you heard? It sounds like a spaceship when it goes. It doesn't just go in one space. One space. It doesn't just sit in a parking space. The thing moves. you can't control that thing. And that's what makes it cool. It goes all over the place.
Get sidetracked. I mean, I can't be distracted. Can't go back to the future. Can't get out of the past now.
I dig it. It's cool. Let's get the rate moving.
Fuck it when I get sidetracked. I mean, I can't be distracted. Can't go back to the future. Can't get out of the past now. Sidetracked. I mean, I can't be distracted. Can't go back to the future. Can't get out of the past now. Fuck it when I get sidetracked. I mean, I can't be distracted. Can't go back to the future. Can't get out of the past now.
All right. I'm going to leave that for the moment. Go back to read mode. Save session always. All right. I do it even though I have it on every minute. I still do it. I'm glad you dig it, Vinyl Bear. Glad you're digging it over there. I'm curious if anybody has tried the analog Channel 1 by Mick DSP. Has anybody tried that? Because, yeah. And once you automate the Galaxy, now the spaceships have landed. Just deal with it. You're going to have to, for the rest of the song, you're going to have to deal with, if you click in a section where there are spaceships, just prepare you're going to hear them. It's worth it for me. It's just a trade-off for the spaceships. The way what I was asking for, Charles Dye was a huge fan of the analog Channel 1 by Mick DSP. GDP loves it. Anybody else think it's amazing? What's your thoughts on that? On the mix bus in multi-mono as the first plugin. That's what a lot of people were doing with it, or at least that's what I know GDP's doing. That's what Charles Dye was doing.
I had it to start with. I've lost the look, or maybe I've never had it to start. I've lost the look. I've lost the look, or maybe I've never had it to start.
What I do want to do is get rid of any of these other spots. There's other spots where this tape echo is being crazy.
I've lost the look, or maybe I've never had it to start with. You wrote the book, maybe it's true I knew all about it. Maybe we were 17 and we were young and dumb, you know what I mean. When I get sidetracked, I mean I get distracted. Can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past now.
Sound like some Rice Krispie treats right there. Do you guys hear that too? Good old Rice Krispie treat. Galaxy tape echo for you. All right. Now, assuming this doesn't get in the way, I'll leave it. Otherwise, I might have to mute it, turn it on and off and stuff. But at the moment, we'll just leave it on.
I mean I get distracted, can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past now.
So I could tell by the clip gain,
People, what's the word?
that's actually fine. It's just, this is the perfect example of automation that's necessary. You know, volume automation. And if we do it here, it's not the same thing. You know, it doesn't feel close to the same as when you do it on a VCA while you're listening to the entire song and then you're just reacting in the moment. Like putting so much emphasis on dragging the word up usually will mean that it might become the right volume now, but once I go to automate, I'm still going to change it.
People, what's the word of the day, my friends? Mister, have you heard? It's all a means to an end. So we're left with in the end was in your pockets when you went. And all the time you waste is lost till you start adding up the cost. Then you go, that we want.
Right there, I'm going to make the band do what it was doing anyway, but it'll feel better when I take everybody out.
You go,
Right there.
till you start adding up the cost. Then you go,
The band's already doing it, which is why stuff like this works so well.
then you go.
Down arrow, up arrow will grab it for you. Just don't do it on a track you don't want stuff to be gone on. And you can kind of see where he comes back in. I'm just going to help him out a little bit there. And I'm going to make sure that effect isn't on there. That freaking spaceship. We'll get rid of that in the moment. We might even mute that thing altogether. Do we have it's not in the section. Let's put it in the section. Ooh, the little plates after it. That's actually what's giving us even more guff. What's the first deal with the See, master bypass is never what you want on a UAD plugin. You want power. Master bypass will click at you. So like this I didn't want. I wanted power. This. Because turning the power on and off, the only downside is you won't recognize that you did it, because the plugin is not going to show that it's bypassed. In other words, the plugin doesn't turn color, whereas if you did master bypass, the plugin would go blue, so you'd know it actually was doing what you thought it was. Whereas here, if you have to have the plugin open to recognize that it's bypassed. It's the only time you'd recognize it. So to me, that's actually a little annoying, but it's still better than the clicky pop you would have if you did master bypass. Very critical tip right there. Now, this is the same thing where I'm just going to get nice and close, hit him with a little bit of a fade. This drummer is so freaking tight that it makes it so much fun to highlight his fills. Now, I don't do this all over the place. I just do it in the places it naturally happens. This was already going on. I'm just making it more of what it already was. That's the other spot. It already happens here, so it's arguable whether it's necessary. Like that, I won't touch this one because it actually sounds like it should. I might actually only touch this on the drums. I think I hear a hi-hat or something. What do I... Yeah, there's a foot. I don't want that little foot in here, this foot tap. So I'm just going to get rid of that. You can't see it, but if I juice the goose, you'll be able to see it. See it? The rest of the instruments laid out. The drummer didn't, because he had to keep time, so he didn't do it.
People, what's the word of the day, my friends? Mister, have you heard some?
I'm liking the way this is coming out. I really do. And what was I just thinking? I was just thinking, let's hit him with a little more kick compression.
People, what's the word of the day, my friends? Mister, have you heard it's all a means to an end? 'Cause all we're left with in the end was in your pockets when you went.
I'm going to re-EQ this vocal.
What's the word of the day?
I'm just going to go to B, because there's no, like, I'm never special about it. I'll do it again from scratch rather than, you know, have to tweak what's there. And sometimes the tweaking what's there could influence what you're thinking. Just pull up a new clean one. That's the beauty of the B tab.
What's the word of the day, my friends? Mister, have you heard it's all a means to an end? What's the word of the day, my friends? Mister, have you heard it's all a means to an end? 'Cause all we're left with in the end was in your pockets when you went. And all the time you waste is lost till you start adding up the cost. And then you know, maybe we was 23 and we got old and cold, you know what I mean? Well, I get sidetracked. I mean, I get distracted. Can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past.
Instead of automating it, now that it's EQ'd different, it makes me feel different about it. It's much more low-endy, that was the one thing I was like, the vocals are a little thin.
Never had it to start.
Still too much,
Never had,
but it's a little better though, I think.
never had it to start with.
Ooh, that feels more like what I want.
Never had it to start with. You wrote the book. Maybe it's true, I knew all about it. Maybe we were 17 and we were young and dumb, you know what I mean? When I get sidetracked, I mean I get distracted. Can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past.
What's going on? All right, we got Braxel Galaxy Echo all day. That's true. I should have a poster over my bed of the Galaxy freaking Tape Echo. I think we all know it. Nice, Vinyl Bear. I'm glad we're on the same page with that. That early dropout, that just that the hi-hat foot, which is a thing a lot of drummers do. It's awesome, but it doesn't need to be there on recordings. Like, it's great for live, and this is a drummer who's really good at live. Also studio stuff, but you help him out. You take that hi-hat foot out. Definitely makes that silent section more of what I like from it. I got it for free, so I took Galaxy D. You got it for free? Nice, dude. That was the Universal Audio free pick. They had that awesome sale. We let you guys know about the sales too, so make sure you hit, if there's sales going on. I got a bunch of people that are awesome, like Braxel, Brian Piontek, GDP, that will, Alex Christoph drums. When they know of a sale, they let you guys know. So if you're part of the chat, you're in these live streams, when there's stuff going down, we will make sure to drop some news in there. And you're welcome to throw in anything you know about, too, that's going on. That UAD sale was awesome, where you got a free plug-in. I actually picked up the UAD Showtime, like, Fender amp. It's like a black panel kind of Fender amp modeler, which I don't usually... I had all the other plugins, so I didn't really have a choice. I owned every other plugin on that list, but I didn't have this amp thing. And it occurred to me that sometimes, like, I wanted to do some sort, like, I never use amp modelers, and I was like, maybe I should try one of the new amp modelers. So when I saw that, I grabbed it, and it sounds awesome. I was very surprised at how awesome it sounded. Does it sound better than, like, an awesome vintage tube amp cranked up, if it's in good shape? I don't know yet. Probably, I always would say no, but like I told you, I haven't really tried the new stuff. So once I tried that Showtime plugin, I was like, this is pretty good. Years ago when I tried amp modelers, I never liked them. And now I think they're getting closer. I'm still kind of partial to miking a real amp in a room because it'll sound different than everybody else's room. The air you push between it, just the whole thing, the mic you're using, the anomalies of that amp and the mic and everything. I just feel like it doesn't sterilize when you use real stuff. That said, for certain things, modelers are better. Like, if you don't want sound in the room, like if I was going to do a live stream and I wanted my vocal mic live, and I want my guitar in the feed, I don't want to mic the guitar up. I could mic it in another room or something and then, minimize the bleed that way. But ideally, it's all right here. Quick cables, connections, and, just plug into your interface. Now you got an amp sound, and it's in the headphones only, and now you got a clean mic sound. You don't got to run cables and, mic an amp up in the other room or nothing. So it's just, the whole thing's better in terms of, it's more efficient. I don't know if it's better. It's more efficient, I should say. And you don't get any of that hum from the single coil pickups. Vinyl Bear said, I've used Valhalla Supermassive for the type of stuff Galaxy is doing here. I like that. I have that also. I think that one was free, right? Valhalla Supermassive is free. The other one they have was great, too, where you can get a chorus sound from it with the symphonic preset. Throw in what that's called. I don't remember what that's called. Valhalla. What was that? Oh, was it Space Modulator? It must be this. That thing's awesome. Valhalla Space Modulator. Adrian J. Official says, at some point would be interested to hear how you approach reverb. Okay. I made a video recently on how, like, you lose emotional connection when you use a bunch of reverb. Because it's like the closer someone is, GDP said this in a bunch of, like, real succinctly, really well in a comment on that video. He said, it's like the distance between you and the vocalist is greater the more reverb and effects you add and stuff. So the less you put on it, the more of an emotional connection the listener can develop. Because you hear all the nuances. It sounds like the person's right there in the room instead of you put them in another space, and now things feel very different. It could be great either way. You've seen my channel before. You know that I use reverb all the time. These are my reverbs. You want to know how I approach reverb? I got verb. I got a pitched verb. This one's dB verb. This is probably one of my most used reverbs now. Made by Make Believe, and it's amazing. The Metric Halo plugin. Amazing. What else? Yeah, that's a Make Believe plugin. A little plate is my next go-to favorite. But like I'll have the little plate into a micro shift for some pitch stuff, all being, triggered by the key of the whatever I put M7R, which is usually on the vocal itself. So that means it gets out of the way when the vocal's singing, and then when the vocal's done, it shoots back up, and that'll clear space in your mix. So you still have that reverb sound, but not when there's a vocal. And I usually don't use reverb without some sort of sidechain effect on lead vocals, especially. Backups, you can kind of get away with it if you want to push them back. But I do my best to make sure that that's the case, that like I get the reverb out of the way. And sometimes I'd rather use a slap. That's my other thought, is dual slaps on the Echo Boy. This is one side slightly different than the other. Usually close enough where there's no like Haas effect going on. So like, 80, 67 milliseconds. You try to keep it under like 40, where it starts being very clear. You have a different left and a different right. Once it just sort of blurs together when it's only a few milliseconds difference. 10, 15, you kind of get away with it. You can do even less, and you probably get away with it, for sure. But so anyway, the stuff that says like 99, 100, I'll usually just grab a bunch of stuff, and sometimes more. Like if I want the H910, I'll grab something else, like this one too. So like maybe I'll just grab all these for now. And what I might do is I like to pull them up by where the vocal is that I want to deal with. Like in this case, this lead vocal is up here, and then these other things come after it. So I'll put it after the double, because this other thing has its own effect. So the space thing is on this one vocal, but I put it right up underneath, and then I'll send 95, 99, 100, and 101, 102 to both of these, for example. So come over here, 95. Same thing where I take it down like 10 dB, and it's just rough. Like I don't really care where it sits. 95 on both. Put 99, 100. Same thing, just take it down a bunch of dB so it's not sending crazy hot level in. These are all down the center, so if they weren't, I would select follow main pan. And then 101, 102. Also another trick, if you copy it, you can then click here, and then you just delete that, and you go 101, 102, and then it will be the exact same settings as you have for the one that you copied it from. And that can be helpful for switching, like you setting up multiple sends all set to the same thing, so you don't have to drag each one down and click follow main pan or whatever. So that's helpful. So listen to how crazy that is now, right? So my first thought is I grab them all and I lower them all. That's the first thought. Lead effects. Everything comes down by like, I don't know, a lot. 10 dB, 15, something like that.
You wrote the book. Maybe it's true, I knew all about.
So now because it's low, but it's lots of different slaps, reverbs, all this stuff, it winds up sounding more natural. Don't ask me why. It's a combination of multiple reverbs. That's the answer for things sounding more natural. Reverb never sounds natural when it's one, at least in my opinion. Maybe old school Abbey Road, like using their chamber, or, one of those giant plates that were freaking huge in their own room. Maybe you get away with one. But when we're talking plugins, it just seems like there's always some weird artifacty thing that it's not usually indicative of real, organic. So I get that from blending multiples together. And even guys like CLA, who had a ton of different reverb effects, hardware units, he would blend 3, at least. 3 reverbs gets him a better sound than one. Charles Dye did the same thing. Send your delays into reverbs. So he had delays, he had reverbs, he sent his delays into reverbs, and that's how you get flavor. And at anywhere along the way, like if I want to duck this out of the way like I talked about, but I didn't do, that was what, M7R. So I grab M7.R right here, and I put this on, usually full blast, because I want a lot of ducking. So that's why I might go full bore on that. And that's because the key is M7R at the end. So that means it hits little plate, it gets juicy, it hits micro shift, it modulates, and then it ducks. And I'm doing that a bunch. We got another duck situation here. We got Echo Boy into little plate, and these are like, don't look at my settings and be like, oh, that's perfect. I tweak these things almost all the time if it needs it. Like, these are only here because I used them last time or the time before. They just keep getting carried over. So there's no magic to the settings. It's just what wound up working for me once, which means now it could still work. And that's the truth is, you may like a quarter note delay or something. I don't know what you're going to like. I don't know what your song's going to need. But if I'm listening, I'm like, man, it'd be cool to have a little quarter note throw thing. I'll create one of these to be, this one, for example, could be set to a quarter note throw, and then just automate that up in the little moments I want to have a little quarter note throw. Like right there, I like the silence, so this is not something I would really think I would want here. But like this kind of thing. And it doesn't even, I would have to set that to a quarter note to make that work. But like, let's just put it on this Galaxy plugin here, because there's always a Galaxy just ready to be awesome for me here. That's kind of a subtle type of deal. If you want a straight quarter note, that might be your thing. And, I would achieve that. Probably not on the slap track. Let's do it on this one. And I'll just turn that off for the moment. Come in here, hit them with a quarter note. See, now it's set super short. See, if you switch this, we're in 30-second notes here. So, quarter. And I'll even do a quarter on both sides. Crank the feedback up a little bit. Maybe more juice we need. You know what I'm saying? I like the silence there, so I'm going to not do this, but that's like, you create moments with throws. That does nothing for me. So going back to where I was here before, and even with this, turn that back. So yeah, that's how I do reverb delays, and I'll usually create different scenes. Like our verse could have one sound. Like, in other words, right now they're all static, you notice, okay? So if I wanted to make the verse sound different from the chorus, we could take. So I might take, where's our, it helps to mark your session before you do this. So if you could go. Down arrow gives you a marker. You come in and you go verse 1. That's where the verse 1 is. Now where's pre-chorus? Down arrow gives me a mark, and then I come in with pre-chorus 1. It's arguable what the chorus is in this song, honestly, because either one of these could be called the chorus, in my opinion. Maybe it's true, I knew. So we'll just call it chorus. It doesn't really matter. As long as you know what you're doing, it doesn't matter. And then this is, turn around as soon as this ends. That's the one beat of the next part, so we'll call it turnaround. Then verse, where's our verse? Right here. Down arrow. So this could be annoying, but trust me, it'll benefit you later on, because there's a number of things that will make this better to have these. Like when I Want to add extra width to only choruses? Bada bing. Maybe I want to add extra volume to only choruses? Bada bing. Like, it helps to know what they are.
Mister, have you heard? It's all a means to an end. It's all we're left with.
This is a weird part. It's almost like a, it's not a verse. It's not a pre-chorus. It could be the pre-chorus, honestly, but then this part doesn't make sense to be called a pre-chorus. So you really gotta, like, this should be a post-chorus. This should be the chorus. You know what I'm saying? So this should be a chorus. This should be post-chorus. Because turns out there is a freaking, verse and then.
Mister, have you heard? Means to an end. It's all we're left with in the end was in your pockets when you went. All the time you waste is lost till you start adding up the cost. And then you go, maybe.
Down arrow, chorus, 2. And now we're gonna get to our post chorus.
It's striking, can't go back to the future, take it out of the past.
Now this song has so many different freaking parts, right? Because what do we got here? This is what you have is a bridge. However, I could be wrong on this, but something tells me that from my memory, I remember somewhere in some book, in some school at some point taught me that a bridge happens once in a song. A bridge doesn't usually happen twice. As soon as it happens twice, it's not called a bridge anymore. However, since we already used the term post-chorus, I feel like we have to call it a bridge even though it happens twice. So feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, because I could be. Sometimes it happens. And welcome to the 7/4 part. I should just call it 7/4 part because it's gangsta. Oh, GDP. How's it going, GDP? We got GDP in the house. How we doing over there, GDP? How's everybody doing? And Mr. Psychotronic. What's going on, Mr. Psychotronic? Good evening from Germany, indeed. Listen to those bag of cats. That's what we call the bag of cats in here. It's when space. Everybody who watches my live streams knows. Oh, this dude hit the freaking space echo in this mix. I guess. You damn right I did. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. What do we got? Oh, nice. What do we got? Okay, here we go. We got Vinyl Bear saying, I got UAD 610A for free recently. Love it. Nice. That's a good plugin. Honestly, I really like a lot of UAD plugins. Adrian J. Official said, do you ever do the depth matrix thing where you send basically everything to a front, middle, and back reverb? Thoughts on that? It's not a bad technique. I don't usually do it that way. The way I just think of reverbs that way. So I don't know if that's what you mean, but like some of my reverbs are long, some of them are like short delay to create that real tight, close reflection. And then sometimes, I'll dial something in the middle, but I never really think about it like front, middle, back. I just think about it in terms of length and brightness. So that means if I want something to feel farther away, I make it darker because things that are darker feel farther away. If I need it to be right up in my face, I usually make it bright. And I'll EQ. I'll almost always throw an EQ after a reverb, delay, anything to control the depth within the frequency spectrum. And yeah, if there's some other way people do that where they throw on a specific plugin, like I have a Space Rec, which is a really cool delay. I'm sorry, it's a reverb for placing things. And, you know, there's another one I have, SP, was it 2016 Eventide, that can give you a good sense of, like, you know, depth when you want it kind of in your face or farther away. But I like to just do it with EQ. So just by doing with EQ, I think I just think about it a little differently, but we're really all doing the same thing. You know, where I want something to sit is usually a function of how I EQ it combined with how wet I make something, you know, how much of the blended parallel track I actually want featured. Yeah. So it's the concept is there. Like, you should be thinking about stuff in that way where your mix is not just left, right, but it's also, there's a horizon line. And the only way you get depth is to put something far back and dark. Something will set the bar as far as, okay, there's something far away. And that's just human nature. That's actually, there were so many great tips in that Charles Dye video that GDP recommended to me. So shout out to the GDP Master Flex for that. But like, I always knew the concept of when things are far away, they're darker, but I never really figured out why. And then you see Charles Dye standing on a mountain with a guy like far away on another mountain, and he yells and he's like, what do you notice? You hear less high end. It's just this like darker muffled sound because the highs don't carry the same way like the low mids do. So we naturally think of things that are farther away as having less high information. So all that is really crucial to placing things. It's like the darker you make it with more reverb, now you set a horizon line that everything else can live within, like on a picture you're painting. If there's no horizon line, it looks like a 2-year-old drew it because everybody's on the same plane. There's no depth to your picture. So set that horizon line with something. Could be anything. Could be a freaking shaker. Like, set it with anything. Sometimes it's actually sick to do that. Tambourine, like I got a tambourine in this song. I may do that. Darken it up, throw it real far away, and see what happens. Right now, this is a very dry sounding mix, which I like. Yeah, gotta love that. Freaking spaceship. They're getting closer all the time, man.
Never leave. I hope you never leave. I need you to never leave. I hope you never leave.
All right, so I was marking the bridge when I got a little sidetracked here. But Adrian, that's a great thing to think about, dude. Front, middle, and back. However you want to do it, go for it. You know, use a short delay for the front. That's just my 2 cents. It'll have less of a smearing, less of an impact with build up. But you could use like a non-linear reverb also, like the R verb by Waves. They have a non-linear setting in like the typical Renaissance verb. They had a promotion for the 610 about a month ago. I have the hardware unit too. Nice. GDP's got the hardware also. The plugin is pretty good. Does its thing. Nice, dude. Vinyl Bear is talking about Soundtoys Space Blender is also really useful. Yes. Soundtoys Space Blender. I don't even know if I've ever opened that. What are you talking about? Space Blender? Is this what we're talking about? What? All right. This is food for another mix for me, but I don't think I've ever actually opened this. I know I have every Soundtoys plugin known to man, but I didn't even know that I had this. Like, I didn't know this existed. Things you never knew existed. You guys remember that catalog? It was an awesome catalog. You could get, like, whoopee cushions that are remote controlled, and this plugin falls into that category for me. Space Blender, Imaginary Space Machine. I don't know what to do with this, but I like it. I'm going to mess with it later. Taking it off now. The time to mess with a new plugin is never while you're mixing, although effects plugins could be different. Thanks for that suggestion, Vinyl Bear. You're the man. Mr. Psychotronic, how you doing over there, dude? GD Peasy. Vinyl Bear Studio. I'm over in South Korea. Are you really? Got the whole globe in this thing. That we do. We got Japan to Germany and Sweden in the house. And we got the U.S. up in here. We got Braxel in Texas. We got Brian Piontek in Philadelphia. He's probably the closest to me out of everybody. I did the radio show in Osaka and slept at the radio station straight away. Oh, GDP saying, I did the radio show in Osaka and slept at the radio station straight away. Heading to the airport from now to go back to Tokyo. Amazing, dude. Charles Dye was OG. Farther away equals low pass. What's up? That's exactly right. Japan is awesome. I got to go to Japan one of these days, too. Hard OG. I need to rewatch it next week. It's phenomenal. I'm glad somebody grabbed it and threw it in the section. Yoo-hoo! It's a benefit to our Discord. Not long ago. Been too long here. Not long enough. Over 26 years. Wow. 30 years in Korea for Vinyl Bear. Nice. Nice, dude. What did I miss? I think I missed something. Low pass on reverb depth trick definitely works for me. Yup. Low pass all day. Custom cut global connections is right. I dig it. I dig it. I think I caught up here. I think I caught ups. I think we're in the ups. Le Japan. Le Royale with cheese. Le Royale with cheese. Everybody's got to watch Charles Dye at least once every 6 months or a year. You'll always pick up something new. Space Blender is a powerful tool, but it comes with a great responsibility. 30 years in Korea. 450. Nice. Are you guys on daytime savings? I find it amazing that not everyone has the daylight savings thing. I find that absolutely crazy. Because, being in the U.S., things are different. And then when I visit another country, what time is it? Okay, and then you set your watch. But nowadays, you just look at your freaking phone and it'll tell you, I think. But back in the day, you'd have to ask a local and set your watch. Let's put the 7/4 part in. It's a weird, gotta catch it. I'm gonna call it there. Bridge, and then we'll have outro. Chorus 3, and then outro. Nice. Outro right here. 7/4. Count it. It's so awkward. Here we go. Outro, which is really bridge 2, but we're going to call it outro because I'm fairly sure a bridge can only happen once in a song. I'm fairly sure that's the definition of bridge, is one time. As soon as it becomes 2 times, it's another ball game. That's what I think. I'm not positive, but I remember that from somewhere. Oh, Alex Christoph in the house. Now we got our peoples rolling through. We got California in the house. California. We got our governors living it. Alex Christoph talking about, we got, what is he talking about? Wow, you started literally right when I went to bed. I was waiting all night. Dude, I apologize. I sent you a message on Discord about it before I started, but it was a disaster yesterday. It was a whole big crazy debacle. But we're back in it. We're on track. We're all with it. And glad you could make it today, my dude. And you're freshly rested. Vinyl Bear Studio says, Tiok rhymes with yuck. Haircut day, so you know how I'm fitting the field. Dude, of course I do, man. Haircuts, what's up? I know. Every time I shave my head, I feel like $1,000,000. We don't do the daylight savings Jedi mind trick here. Yeah, I feel you on that, Vinyl Bear. I'm cooking while you're cooking. Nice, dude. What are you cooking over there? What are you cooking over there? Eggs and bacon? Some freaking... I mean, I'm a fan of lamb. Gotta love that lamb. Korea is usually 1 hour less than Japan. Are you guys on daytime savings? Summertime 4:50. Nice, dude. Now I'm back caught up over here. Dude, what kind of haircut you going with? You going with the old school? The mushroom cut, that bowl cut? I feel like that needs to come back in style. You remember that thing? Hit the like button. Hit that thing. Crank it. Slap that. Fade that. Automate it. Like button. Automation. Crank it. Turn it on. I appreciate it. Like button. It feeds the thing out to everybody, and you know how we appreciate that. See, like this thing could sound farther away. I'll tell you right now. Let's see what happens when we do it. Since you guys got me talking about it, maybe we'll hit them with a SP2 2016. Let's use a darker verb even. Oh, it doesn't help that the thing's not even playing in some of them. Right now, all I can think about is this stupid freaking small percussion, arguably the most pointless thing in this whole mix. It's helpful sometimes, but sometimes it's just, now that I can hear it.
I mean, when I get sidetracked, I mean, I get distracted, can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past. People, what's the word of the day, my friends? Mister, have you heard? It's all a means to an end. 'Cause all we're left with in the end was in your pockets when you went. And all the time you waste is lost till you start adding up the stars. And then you go, maybe we was 23 and we got old and cold, you know what I mean? Well, I get sidetracked, I mean, I get distracted, can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past.
Gotta hit the rewind button every once in a while, my dudes. What's going on, Brian Piontek? Hit that like button is right. That's what's popping. Classic comb over, my guy. Alex Christoph Drums going with the classic comb over on his haircut day today. Amazing. Who they cook stock demo songs for. GDP's talking about, had the chance to see how they cook stock demo songs for J-pop and K-pop. Oh, man. Yep, no, I did. I definitely, I got a peek under the freaking, behind the curtain at the Wizard of Oz show. That's for sure. Alex Christoph Drums, classic home over Vinyl Bear Studio. The mix has gotten quite a bit denser. We're in the dense section now, peoples. Slag Media Records, hit that like button is right. I don't think that Ed Shaker is pointless, dude. No, it's cool. I like it. All this stuff is great. It's just, you know, I'm very well aware that every minute I listen, things start going, you know, downhill is the way it works with everyone. The longer you listen, the less perspective you can keep, no matter what volume you listen at. But if you listen low, you keep it longer. Whenever I sense myself like EQing a tambourine, a shaker, a triangle, like something for like more than 3 minutes, bells start going off in my head. That's like, stop doing that. Go to stuff that matters. That'll sort itself out sooner or later, you know? I just can't take spending 5 minutes or more on a tambourine or a shaker. Like, it starts to bug me that I'm even doing it for that long. You know what I'm saying? Because everything doesn't need craziness. If you're curious what I did, Radiator or any kind of saturation plugin is really good to kind of calm something down that's too aggressive. Like, high-pass filter is great for taking out some highs, but the tambourine can be a little aggressive sometimes, so a little saturation on that calms it down. Same thing with like a shaker. It's nice and percussive and great, but if you saturate it, it'll calm it down a little bit. If it's too pokey, it's really about how much poke do you really want. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times once you tame it, you can make it louder, so it's a trade-off.
Triple
Awesome. Awesome sauce. Okay. Now, before I get too crazy with it, I'd like to try to finish this in a 4-hour stream. So it's not about the mix being done, it's about a good point to take a break from it. So since we're fairly close as far as what I like, what I may do is I'll throw in this stereo imager. And this is something everyone should be very gentle with. I keep the settings very sparing, and I just want to mess with turning it on in the choruses, perhaps. So this is our bypass section. Oh, look at this. For some reason, this song almost lines up exactly with whatever another song was, which is interesting. Interessante. Interessante. I wonder what the BPM is on this one. I'm sure I have it written down. And there's ways to figure it out in the song if you're curious. Like Auto-Tune has a plugin that comes with Auto-Tune, because I didn't even realize that I own this thing. And then I was like, oh, look at that. I have that. But there's also ways to figure it out old school like I used to do, which is you hit the down arrow, you hit the up arrow, and then you do, what is it, a Command I think? Then you mark like 2 bars worth of time and then round to the closest decimal. But this is like for everyone who wants the new funky way to do it. Auto Key has a BPM on it, if I'm not mistaken. This one doesn't. That's weird. I recall seeing that at one point. Where is the, that's so weird. What is this? No. I thought one of these had the, maybe I just need to update it or something. Weird. Strange. But yeah, so old school, the way I used to do it, let's do that. So you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. You hit them with the Apple I. You make your location 1, and then ending 3. This is 2 bars. You hit OK. And then I rock in here. What do we got? We got 109.6 whatever. So that's probably 110 BPM, because I'm just going to round up. It's either 109 or 110, most likely. So now I'll hit undo to get rid of that, change in tempo over there. I'll come over here. I'll go to 110. Then I'll usually set it to grid, set it to 1 bar. And then just like grab a section, any section, anywhere pretty much. That's like. Let's pick a different spot in the song. Worst spot to pick ever. Here. People wants the word. People wants the word of the day. So that is like a 2-bar loop. Shift Command L makes it loop mode, and now it should just sound like a quality loop. People wants the word of the day. People wants the word of the day. People wants the word. That sounds pretty close. You could tell if it's better or worse if you like 109 it. Depending on how well you hit the buttons, it could be better or worse like this. But it looks like because the other one was smack on the thing, that's probably the way it was supposed to be. So I'm going to go back to the 110. It's probably 110. But what you could do is pick a different spot, because sometimes where the kick is, if the drummer sped up or slowed down, it might feel weird. Sounds like a good loop to me, so I'm going to assume it is 110. And clearly the part that goes to 7/4 is not it's not 4/4 anymore, but that won't matter. So we've set it to 110 now, so that's got to be it, and we will keep it moving. BPM makes the world turn. Here we go. What do we got? Oh, nice. We got another dude. So the way is don't listen loud. K KJ Bot. We got the trick to mixing for a long time without getting ear fatigue is one, practice is helpful. Two, having the chat, like you don't need to mix constantly. The way I take all these breaks to talk to the chat a little bit and get back and break, like those are breaks. Every minute that you talk to the chat or stop doing what you're doing and, join our live stream while you're mixing, dude, like open up a session next time you see me doing a live and jump in the chat here and there. It'll help like crazy. Also, do not mix as loud as you're mixing. Brain fatigue is what will happen faster for me than ear fatigue because I don't let myself work at loud volumes. I will turn up for little periods of time and then I turn down almost immediately. If you're mixing too loud, you will get fatigued faster. So the only way to go for a long time and still keep perspective, keep the volume down. Also, I haven't checked on anything else. Usually I throw on my Audeze headphones to check, the Princess Leia's. These aren't the typical Leia's. These are the Leia 2.0s. They're the MM500s. So I'll throw on something else to give myself another perspective. That helps a little bit with ear fatigue. But ultimately, if you listen too loud too long, you are going to be fatigued. So it's really about volume. And some people can't do it low. You just haven't practiced it enough. It's uncomfortable at first. And then ultimately you get used to what it feels like to hear, your breathing, the heartbeat of the room, so to speak, when everything is quiet. And then you make better decisions. I've likened this before to going outside when it's really bright out. You can't tell anything. It's just this mess of light. And that's what your ears are experiencing when you're listening too long. So when people listen in headphones, that's the quickest way also to get ear fatigue because your ears have a freaking driver right next to them, millimeters away, sending signal into your ear. It's like, come on. How long do you think that you can last that way? On monitors, like I've been working, and I like to work for this reason, you can go way longer at lower volumes. And when you're in headphones, you never really know how loud it is. And you have the tendency to crank up. When I throw on headphones, I work way too loud. I get ear fatigue in headphones quicker than anything, which is why I don't like to use them. There's a lot of reasons, but that's one of them. So yeah, little short 1 to 2 to 3 minute breaks is often sufficient to reset your brain as long as you haven't been beating your ears up where they just are they're a compressor and they will protect you by compressing. And then you lose all focus. And your brain can get fatigued just as quick. Not a lot of people mention it and talk about it, but it's a thing. And that's usually when I stop, which is why I said I want to do a 4-hour mix and then stop. I've gone 8 12-hour mixes because sometimes you have to get a song done that day. Sometimes it's like, you have no choice. You got a deadline or something. Whereas sometimes if you could help it and you have to get a song that day done, put like your lunch break in between, step away. Listen to the birds chirping and stuff. Come back in an hour or two and it'll be like it's a new day if you have to. But otherwise, 4 hours, get the bulk of it done, 80%. Then the next day, 20%, which could be like 10, 15% automation, 5% little tweak touches here and there, and you're out. Then you're out, and then that could be 4 hours, by the way. The last 20% that I just talked about could be 4 hours. And then the first 20%, the bulk of the mix, 80% of it, could take 4 hours. That's very likely. So don't think because you're doing finishing touches, it's going to be an hour. It's never that way. Automation, I put a lot of love and thought into automation, and I need to be fresh when I do it. So doing that the same day as I do this is not a smart move. And then what I call the last check is one playthrough after you're done. So that means like today I might quit at 4 hours. The next mix I do, when I do finishing touches on this, which will probably be like really soon, like probably tomorrow, because I missed a couple days streaming. And when I do that, that could be, like I said, 4 hours for 20%. But then I will listen one time with fresh ears the following day, if time allows, right? One time through, and then however I judge that on that one time through, make a couple tweaks, call it done. That's it. And sometimes it doesn't even need tweaks. But don't like listen and then make tweaks and then listen more and then make tweaks. Just listen to it once. Say to yourself, okay, the bass is just a little too loud. I got to deal with that. Or, okay, the cymbals just, I want to take a little 6K out. It's annoying. And the vocal in the second verse is like, needs to be a little louder. And that drum fill, I didn't hear enough of it at the end. And then do it. Like, you're mentally just making notes as you hear it one time straight through. Make your tweaks and then call it done. And what will happen is that last day can sometimes just be a mastering day, so to speak, where you listen to it fresh and you go, all I need to do is tweak the tubas. Like, let's just tweak this. Let's give it a little more low end and we're good. A little more brightness on top or low end or something. You'll just be like, use it as a mastering thing. Be like, yeah, it's some weird build up in this 1K zone I want to take out. You deal with that, call it a day. Like, if you have nothing big to do, it's a mastering day. Literally, it's what it becomes. So, great. That's what's up. But dude, KJ, glad to have you here, giving you the bicycle horns of greatness. Thanks for stopping by, dude. Being part of this is awesome. We appreciate the new faces, and anybody, jump in the chat. We appreciate engineers of all skill levels over here. And join our Discord if you want to continue the conversation, or, there's all sorts of stuff we're doing over there. Mr. Psychotronic's got a section over there where he's building stuff, circuit boards and schematics, and pretty much a mad scientist's dream over there. And we got plenty of stuff. And it's awesome. It's fairly new too. So stop in and become part of the crew. GDP says, you are my density. You are my density. Vinyl Bear Studio. And chatting while you mix, Slippery Slopes. Oh, dude, chatting while you mix is the best. I didn't think it would be. It's the best. Because I get a freaking ear break every minute I talk to the chat. Cooking done. Time to eat the soup. Dude, soup up. French onion soup's the way I roll. I don't know how you guys over there in Germany are rolling, but that's how I roll. Alex Christoph Drums, GDP hit me with them facts about CMOS gel. Been on it for a week. I feel amazing. The only CMOS gel I know of is the gel you throw on the drums to deaden them up a little, get that 70s dead drum sound that we love in here. We love that. That's why you might be wondering, like, why don't you put reverbs on the snare? So I often like that 70s dead drum sound. It's preferable to me many times. That's awesome, Alex. Feeling amazing on the Seafoam green gel. Vinyl Bear Studio says saturation can be seen as advanced EQ. 100%, 1,000%. You saw what I was doing with the thing earlier with the ohms, the impedance. Gotta love the little messing with the impedance on the SSL channel strip is such a nice other way to flavor your track. I love it. Throw a photo on Discord, Mr. Psychotronic. I want to see that soup. Vinyl Bear Studio, good instrument readouts help. Yeah. What are we talking? What's an instrument readout? BPM makes the world turn. Allegedly, 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, where HTB and the rest of the pilots are hiding. The flat Earth alien ships past the ice wall in Ecuador. Dude, I hear you. I hear you, dude. Something weird's going down, and we all know it. Hit the like button if you believe something weird's going down. I think you guys know what I'm about. Vinyl Bear Studio says, good point about ear versus brain fatigue. Yep, they're different, and they're both things that are happening every minute you're mixing. Oh, we got Katie Lowen stopping by. What's doing over there? How you doing? We got, Katie Lowen says, I've been loving your 4-mic drum mix video. Have you ever had the opposite problem with the snare? Completely dead and you need to add or manufacture a ring to it? Sure. Always. I'm glad you liked that video. There's a million things you could do. I'll give you a hint. All band pass filter in parallel. The band pass filter is like such a moneymaker for adding resonance that wasn't there before. But that's essentially what you're doing. You're creating a resonance in a snare that doesn't have one or something. And you could do it on toms, you could do it on kick, you could do it on snare. You know, you could manufacture as much of that stuff as you want. And maybe I'll make a video on something like that. But where we stand most of the time is the drum isn't dead enough. at least where I come from, that's usually how it works. Is there's some annoying ring in the snare, and I want it to sound 70s. I want it to sound like, a Cadillac door shutting. I want a freaking thud. You know what I'm saying? You've seen that short where Prince, some live sound engineer was talking about what Prince said to him. He's like, I know you're making the thing sound ringy and you like your toms and whatever, but live it's got to be a thud, like a Cadillac door shutting. I can't ever forget that analogy. It's such a good analogy for the way I think about it. Because whenever I hear a drummer like hit his toms in the studio, like I'm like, all right, can I mess with this? And they're like, yes. And they always like, I try to record it first. I was like, just play a beat, and I hit record or whatever. And it's like, now let me mess with this. I freaking make those so much more dead than he even thinks would be good, and they always sound better. They just don't destroy the sound of the kit. Now the snare and everything doesn't have this freaking woo all over it. And depending on what you like, it's like, I don't like that woo every time you hit the freaking tom. It's like, what is that? Get rid of that. I want to just hear it and have it die out in like a 1 second. Gone. Get out of there. Boom. That's all we need. Not this boom. Forever. It's like twice as long as it should be. At least. But yeah. So yeah, there might be a moment where, like right now, the drums, these are 4 mic drums recorded with the world's worst converters of all time. Like there's nothing special here. Everyone can afford the interface that was used on this nowadays. Like that thing's probably $75 on eBay. And it's the OG like converters used in the freaking, the DigiDesign stuff. And yeah, it's all workable. I find sometimes the annoying parts about older converters is like the way they make S's sound. But when it comes to, if you have any kind of front end at all, you're always better off a little bit. Like just, even if it's a console, it's a live console, but the mic pre's in it, or, 80s Allen and Heath mic pre's or something, like it could be better than whatever's. Just you could saturate the desk often more than you can saturate these old school converters. So I feel like that was the saving grace for a lot of these recordings. This drummer is also an amazing player. So his drums always sound good because he's balancing himself. He's never like overwhelming the cymbals compared to what he does to the rest of the kit. So much to it. Adrian Official was talking about, the reason I ask about the depth matrix, it was the method used to teach reverb in one of those 10-hour courses on YouTube. Nice. I didn't even know they had 10-hour courses on YouTube. But no, I've never seen that, so I don't know. GDP Japan, after brain fatigue comes brain dead. I've done a couple. When I first started streaming, I was like, GDP. I was like, I can't stop until the song's done. He's like, of course you can't. And he's just like going with it. But I was like, eventually I was like, man, I just feel like I got ran over by a truck when I get done with a 12-hour stream and, finish the song in one sitting, never getting up sometimes like the entire time. I was like, I got to do shorter streams, man. I'm just going to break them up into 2. But like, it was just, it's just how it is sometimes I don't want to get up until I'm happy. And that could mean that I sit there for 12 hours until I'm happy. But experience has taught me that it's always a better result if I break it up. Like there's no benefit to the marathon. And you know what I liken it to? You're driving down the street and you see the hotel you're supposed to go to, but it's dark and the hotel ain't got no lights. And that's what it's like to mix. You could be going and you're this close to that hotel. Like you just drive right past it. And then not only are you getting further away from the hotel being a finished mix that you like, you are now off in another galaxy somewhere, way off course. And you just keep driving further and further away the longer you sit there. It happens. It happens. It's just the way it goes. But sometimes there's this freaking, little shortcut, like a shoots and ladders style, where if you just turn the car off this roadway and you freaking just rock it into the lake, you can turn your car into an amphibicar and then freaking swim through the little tunnels in the sewers and you pop out right at the hotel. You never really know. That's the truth. There ain't getting no more truth than that. I don't know if there is, you ain't gonna find it. They're getting closer all the time, those aliens. You hear that? Vinyl Bear, it's been awesome having you here, dude. He said, I've had a great time here. Now I'm off to solve a mastering puzzle. See you guys in the Discord. Be real. I appreciate you joining the Discord. Everyone, join that Discord if you haven't already. Let me throw you on the zone. I'm going to send the Discord link out to the chat so you guys can join it up. Moon gels are where it's at, dude. Not only moon gels, anything. Like, you could use, I've seen it all. Cigarette packs on the drums. Lightly taped down or not. Really thin, like towels, super thin, like Jake Reed drums. I think he even sells them, but it's basically like a bandana, like super thin material that you drape over in the right places. I've put paper on the drum before. The dude Estepario, freaking rum and ass, that dude, that the amazing drummer. He uses a weight. He puts a weight on his drums, on his snare specifically, so that it has a tighter bounce so he can play faster. Because the more dip it has, the longer it takes for the stick to rebound. So the dude's rocking a freaking weight on there. I mean, it also deadens the ring out. So it serves two purposes. Lots of cool stuff going down on drums. That's what's so amazing about engineering is like once you start getting into drums, you just open up this world of how things should sound and possibilities. French onion soup next week. That's what's up. Katie Lowen says, that sounds awesome. I'll definitely try that. Thanks a ton. Yeah. You know why it's easy to do, Katie, also? I mean, I'm going to make a video on it so you can check what I'm talking about specifically, but every drum, unlike guitars, basses, things like that move around, there's always a fundamental that will pop out on a drum. You just find that, and then you could isolate that, and then just boost the tits off that thing. And then in parallel, to taste, bada bing. You got as much ring as you want, wherever you want it. It doesn't even have to be the fundamental, but it could work. Whereby you just look at it on a Pro Q3, anything. Just see where that snare is the most popping. And then, hit it with you could do a lot of things to it, but if you compress it, that's awesome. Some people compress it and gate it. You could do a lot. There's a lot you could do. I'll make a video on it to get specific and show examples because some of it is harder to explain than it is to just show. But on this mix, it doesn't need it, so I don't want to just destroy this mix to make a video right now on it. You know what I mean? This is a great example of what automation can do for your song because there's moments that I want to hear the hi-hat and I don't hear it enough and I hear the ride too much. So these are perfect instances where you would automate for those amazing moments so then later you'll have a result you're happy with. And when I look at this, it's like I could do it like this. A lot of people always ask me, why don't you just do it like this? I could. It's just I find it easier to do it on a fader. See what I'm saying? Like, this can be done. That's a cool loop right there. I'm feeling that loop. Now, if you're curious how I jump around and grab stuff so easily, it's because I made markers, and then I just have to remember what the markers are. which seems easier than it seems harder than it really is.
I need you to never leave. I hope you never leave. I need you to never leave. Baby, we were 103 and we tripped.
Wow, that snare sounds so good with these overheads up. I may just have to crank them. But then we're going to have that cymbal issue, which is why you have to automate this stuff. You really have no freaking choice. It's the only way I found to get happy. And I've tried lots of ways to get happy. It's the only way that works. See, like what I just did to automate those two parts, I'm futzing with it and I don't like it. It's annoying. You freaking grab and drag and pull and this and that. It's like, who would want to do that? Use a fader like we're supposed to. You know what I'm saying? Get old school. Way better.
You wrote the book. Maybe it's true I knew all about.
Now this is down a lot of dB. I could raise this up and then I'll get a little love more from my parallel. Sometimes I use a whole different parallel for drums that are like overheads. Like instead of, I'll leave this compressor down here, but I'll use the, decapitator or something to make my cymbals sound more pleasing. But in this case, let's just raise this for now because it's easier and see if that gets us done.
You wrote the book. Maybe it's true I knew all about it. Maybe we were 17 and we were young and dumb. You know what I mean? When I get sidetracked, I mean I get distracted. Can't go back to the future. Take it out of the past now.
Adrian J. Official, I appreciate that, dude. He said those 10-hour courses and streams like this are a game changer for the self-taught. Honestly, I would have loved something like this when I was learning. You have to go to a lot of different places, all of which give you little bits and pieces. You never really get a full understanding or a result, and you definitely can't have a back and forth in the chat with questions. So I think what we're doing here is necessary, and I'm happy you dig it. I really am. It's one of those things. It's one of those things, dude. I feel like it's just something that needs to happen. So I'm happy you dig it. And I also have to say, if there's any specific things you're having trouble with, feel free to reach out. If you're interested in private lessons, anybody who is, hit me up. Every video has my contact info in the description, and I offer private lessons with screen sharing, so you could open up your DAW. We could go through your mix and work on the things that you have a problem with, because there's no right way to mix. There's just ways that work for you and ways that don't. Everyone has their strengths. Everyone has their weaknesses, and people get into really bad habits when they're self-taught. That's the biggest problem. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just if you form a bad habit that's creating a problem, then you fight with the problem for years, and then somebody's just got to wake you up to this is why you have that problem. And without getting into the session, you never really know that. You can't really figure it out by just listening to something, because a mix is tied together like a ton of twine. It's like a freaking rope ladder that's just all crazy locked together. So something that I hear that could be messed up, without seeing your session under the hood, I would never know what got us there. It could be 100 things. Literally, that's the truth. You could hear one instrument sounding crazy, but it's a result of 6 other things that you're doing that make no sense. And ultimately you got to break down what's being done, what's making sense, what's not making sense, what the reasoning is behind doing certain things. And that stuff takes time. But believe me when I tell you that that's the answer to leveling up fast. And the other answer and way to do it is, ask questions as detailed as you want in the chat. And me and any other of our amazing engineers we got that take part in these live streams will help you out answering the questions using the methods that work for them. One of the best parts about watching someone mix a whole song live is realizing there's nothing you don't have to do that freaking much. To me, that's the answer, is like all these people that tell you all these possible ways to do stuff, they're all great to have another tool in your toolbox. But the majority of the time, you need the drill, the hammer, the Phillips head, the flathead. You need a wrench or two, and that you get it done. It's like lock pliers maybe, and that's it. You don't need every tool that's in the hardware store to make a mix. And I think when people think they do, that's when they get into problems. There's a bunch of stuff that has to go down, and there's a couple things that could go down. But that's really how it goes.
Mister, have you heard? It's all a means to an end. So all we're left with in the end was in your pockets when you went.
Katie Lowen, yeah, that's a cool one. I'll definitely see what I can come up on that. It'll probably be an in-depth video, so I may have to actually put some thought into it, because it's one of those things where it's easier to show it than talk about it. But I don't want to just give some band-aid to a situation. I want to kind of show a couple ways that I want to show the why also. And that sometimes to articulate that quickly is sometimes difficult. Yeah, you have a low tune snare, stupid recorder, a whole album, super dead low tune snare. I'm trying to get that higher ring back. Easier to do than I think you even realize. It sounded so cool in the room mic, smashed at the time of tracking, but it is lost in the mix. Your vid on embracing the length and ring of the snare and kick was a game changer. I'm happy to share this stuff, man. Yeah, it's if you have a really dead snare, join our Discord, Katie. If you haven't joined it, join it. Because that's the easiest way to share stuff and kind of get more than just my feedback on it. Also, you'll get a lot of other people's feedback on stuff. But it's ultimately, there's like a million ways to solve every problem. So that's the truth, is don't feel like you don't have a way to solve it. There's many ways to solve problems like that. The easiest way of all is to freaking use a sample. That if you didn't want to do anything, you could just blend in a sample and use the attack and the front of your snare and use a sample to kind of fill in the gaps. But if you don't want to do that, there's plenty of ways to get it done. And I'll make a video on showing you what I mean.
You wrote the book. Maybe it's true, I knew all about it. Maybe we were 17 and we were young and dumb. You know what I mean? Well, I guess I tried. I get distracted.
All good, Brax. Good to see you, dude. You got to get your air conditioning guy going. You're in Texas, so your air conditioning guy is like gold. You make that work, brother. I got you.
I hope you never leave. I need you to never leave. I hope you never leave. I need you to never leave.
This vocal's getting a little lost on me, which I don't want to happen, so I'm making it louder by 1.5 dB. Notice I work in 0.8s.
I hope you never leave. I need you to never leave. I hope you never leave. I need you to never leave.
Now let's hope that's not everywhere else. Now I can already tell, if I don't make the guitars louder, my mono compatibility is going to suffer a little because they're panned hard, most of them. Not all of them. Some of them are 40-40. Some of them are hard. Mister, have you heard? It's all a means to an end. Cause all we're left with in the end was in your pockets when you went. And all the time you waste is lost till you start adding up the cost. And then you go, maybe we was winning 3 and we got. Now I'm not going to make them hugely different. I was just listening first, because before I make moves like this, I like to listen, right? I'm going to grab most of the guitars and just notch them up by like a dB and a half. That's about it. Now, if I wanted all of them, I'd grab these too, but I don't know if we really need these. Because those are the embellishing chords. You notice they're at like -10, or at least one of them is. Yeah, they're all about the same, actually. I'm going to grab them all. Now, before you do stuff like this, listen to those spaceships. They're getting closer all the time. So we come over here. I'm looking at what I'm looking at, making sure I don't have anything grabbed other than guitars. I'm going to come in here, switch this to volume, and just nudge these up dB and a half. I'm going to go 3 dB. Because, like, when you think what volume are you losing, you know, how much quieter are things really getting? It's somewhere between like 3 and 6. That's when it goes to mono, you lose the sides, come down about that much. But when some stuff's not hard pan, some stuff is, it's not like just a fixed number. There's always going to be a slight difference. So depending on where your panning is. Now, to me, that's too much. So I'm going to go back 1. Undo, dropped it back to that original 1/6.
Back to the future, take it out of the past.
That's actually not moving as much as I would typically have my drum parallel move. The mix bus looks fine in terms of gain reduction, but the drum parallel. I like the way it sounds though, so what I'm going to do is just keep 1 here. I'm just going to bypass it. Let's just tweak this till our heart's content. Let's audition A and B now. Definitely more aggressive. Now, sometimes you'll make a move like that and it will come back to bite you later because you'll be like, man, it was better before it was so aggressive. But I tell you what, it's driving me. It's driving me to be excited about it, which I like. Let's listen to one other part of the song. I'm feeling this freaking thing. But that's the other thing. It's like if you're using it in parallel, slam that thing. See if you like that. You know, you could always do 4 dB if you want or something, but it's in parallel, man. Get the goodness out of it.
We tripped in triple digits and we kicked the bucket when I get sidetracked.
auditioning some little fine-tuney, tweaky stuff. It's interesting how much louder the song feels when I switch it to 400. However, we're losing a little bit of that low-end, nice thickness.
We tripped in triple digits and we kicked the
I think we can get away with it, honestly, at least where I stand today, because Fresh Ears is going to be the key for this. Also, for some reason, the parallel that's less crushed feels a little better.
back to the future, take it out of the past.
What I notice is the snare is barely triggering it, so let's take it up from 10 dB. Let's take it way up.
Back to the future, take it out of the past.
All right, let's leave that for now. It's interesting in the headphones how different life is. And it's a really good way to keep your head on straight. Got to listen on more than one thing. I usually use my main monitors for most of the mix, the little Bluetooth for some of it, and the headphones like probably second to my main monitor. So the main monitors and these are the big tells, and the extra Bluetooth speaker thing is really only good for a few minutes here and there. Final checks is usually the move for that. So what we want to do is flip the order of this. It's weird. It's like the reverse order. So it's off the stereo imager here. It's on right here. And we're going to leave that thing on for the entire post-chorus, and then we'll just take it off for our verse. Maybe we're right where the turnaround is. That's a good spot. Take it off where the turnaround is. Just off there, and then we're going to turn it back on right here in this chorus. Boom, do doom, do doom, flap, and then it comes on. Okay, and then now this is what it's doing. Ready? No, I just noticed my master peak. That's why I usually switch the master to peak, so that it'll just tell me what's peeking out over, if anything is. And there's something. So what that might mean is we're going to bring everything down in a second a little bit. So this is going to be all off, and then chorus, it'll shoot back on. So you see what I'm saying? These things can be helpful for this. Super helpful for just having your guide ahead of time. Otherwise, you really got to listen way more than you might want to beat up your ears to get this in the right place. All right, now the rest of the song shall have it off until the outro. So we're just going to keep it off until this moment. Right there. It's like trying to wrangle a bag of cats, this thing. Okay, and we're back in the game. Now that other thing I was just talking about, make everything a smidge lower. Once you've automated, you got to do it in this view, which is why I spend so much time in this view. Somebody once asked me, why are you always in the edit window when you're doing everything? How come you never use the mix window? Because once I've automated, the mix window is freaking useless. I mean, it's pretty much useless because as soon as you've automated any track, and now I want to bring everything down by, I don't know, a dB and a half. So we were at 6.2. Now we're at 7.8. Usually make a mark. Remember to turn that freaking thing off so you don't twist a knob and everything goes. We already had one of those this session. No more. Now I could make that compressor work a little harder if I wanted a little more glue. You notice a theme with me. I will rather make one bypass, then copy it to the track below, and then tweak this because it's easier to A and B to check. I like the uncompressed slightly version better, so we're going with that one. Also, I always make it where the first one is my OG. Second one is the new potential tryout one. Like, second one it's always that order so that I never have to think which one was the one that was first. You just always do the things the same. You'll never forget. It's like you use a tool, you put it back in the same place. You always know where to get it again. You get what I'm saying? So we come over here. We're going to save this for now. So we've done most of the stuff I wind up doing to these things. The only thing else, and when I say doing, I mean today. Tomorrow is automation on all these. We're going to dump everything into these tracks, bring life out of the song through automation. Nothing's done until that part's done. That's like Andy Wallace style. He would never finish a mix without going through and make stuff amazing. And that's part of it. You got to. This is everything for me. Like, I can't get around a mix. Every mix I do has some of that. Even if it's very little, it has some. So that, and then any final tweaks on a fresh ear, listen back, we'll do that. But at the moment, I'm going to throw the inflator on real quick and see what tickles my fancy. That's usually how I finish off this chain. The last thing on the chain is typically inflator. Could be gold clip, could be inflator. Sometimes I run gold clip into the Mic DSP ML4000, but right now everything's working great. Even this is compressing. It's multi-band limiter, limiting about 3 dB. This is the 3 dB line right here. It's barely 3. It's like 2, sometimes 3. It can be more, but that's usually when that thing sounds the best to me. As soon as I start hitting it with 6 dB or more, it always kind of sounds weird when it's real musicians, real instruments and stuff. If it's electronic music or something, you can get away with a lot more. Now, All right, I'm feeling it. Where are we at right now? I just had to pop those headphones off. That's as long as I can take in headphones consecutively. Honestly, that was fairly long, but that's all I got with the headphones. What else we got before my ears start to go, get out of here. What are you doing in there? Get out of there. Alex Christoph says, Evan, are you in on drums again? Nah, this is California Leighton on this, dude. This is Leighton. He's so much tighter than me. You know, I could get it done, but not like this guy, bro. His fills are so amazing. Like, the fill he does before this outro is freaking my definition of a good fill right here.
I need you to never leave.
I love that. Boom, 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 boom. It's just a beat, but done so well. It's like, to me, that's a fucking fill right there, yo. Like, can you ask for more than that? The dude plays, you know, reminiscent of, like, he reminds me of Bonham so much, because the beauty of Bonham was not how he could play very complicated. He chose not to, man. I love that. Sometimes the dude would play just what's necessary more often than not, honestly. I like his fills. When I picture a Bonham fill, I picture like this raw power on the snare drum, mostly. So many of his fills were just like, you know, it was just that. It was just so much snare in a great way. I love it. But like, even this reminds me of Good Times, Bad Times a little. This reminds me a little bit of the in Good Times, Bad Times. It's like a different kind of version of it, but it's, you know what I'm saying? It's almost like this is double time of that, but it's reminds me of that. But yeah, it's yeah, no, we got new people in Discord all the time now. Katie Lowen, thanks for joining. I appreciate it. You guys hit the like button. We're about to wrap up here for today, but we're going to have another one of these coming at you tomorrow, fresh off the jam, to finish this song out. And then we got tons of other tracks coming your way. I mean, I'm just lining up the schedule with so much crazy, awesome stuff. Some, like, there's just all sorts of different genres and cool stuff. You know, if you caught that country song, that was our first country song on the stream, and there's going to be plenty more stuff like that coming your way too. Also, it's kind of like a prog rock thing coming at you, which is pretty cool. Plenty of new stuff coming. Let's catch up. Where was I at here? Wow, I didn't realize Vinyl Bear Studio was finishing a master at 5 a.m. by him. Nice. That sounds like me. My favorite line ever was from Alex Christoph, I think. Or maybe I could be wrong on that, but I remember saying, and I've been up for like 24 hours, and somebody said, maybe it wasn't him, somebody else. They go, are you even a mix engineer if you haven't been up for 24 hours in a row? Like, are you even a mix? You know what I'm saying? That's how it goes. I feel like if we're working on songs and we're mixing and we're doing our thing, it's like, it's so common to stay up for like 24 hours. Like, we don't keep normal hours. Do you guys realize that? Because we can't stop until we're feeling good about where we're stopping. Like, I can't stop a mix if I hate it. I have to stop a mix when I'm in a position to be like, okay, at least for now, I'm satisfied. And that could change when I listen to it with fresh ears. Like, it happens sometimes. But you have to at least be satisfied enough to stop. At least I can't stop until that point. I never just like give up on it, because then I don't want to start it again. If I hate it when I stop, I don't want to continue. I'd rather just start it from scratch. You know what I mean? So you have to at least think you like it before you stop. All right, catching up. Here we go. Here we go. Katie Lowen said, it sounded so cool. Oh yeah, I remember Katie Lowen was talking about your vid on embracing the length and ringing the snare. Kick was a game changer. I'm happy to hear that. Braxel, sorry, been quiet. Oh yeah, now I'm caught up. I see GP was here. Mr. Psychotronic, if any of you migrate to Germany, stock up on winter jackets. The Gulf Stream is fading, lowering the temperatures here. Today it briefly snowed. Wow. Yeah, no, it's still kind of cold by me, but it's been warming up lately. So, but I feel you on that. Stocking up on winter jackets, check. Braxel says, "Wow, he's feeling it." Katie Lowen, I'm definitely gonna make a Discord and join it. Sick. Appreciate everything, man, and great job on your mix of the stream. I really appreciate that, Katie. That means a lot to me. Thank you. That's our bicycle horn of greatness. I appreciate it. GDP Japan, thank you. When creating the server, we had no idea how Discord worked. I still don't, but it works. It has letters and stuff. It's the meme of the guy playing the game and walking into the wall. Like, that's the perfect understanding of the way it was like to navigate Discord when you don't know what it is. You're just gonna feel like you're playing a video game and walking into the wall constantly. I feel like it's functional. It's definitely functional. We're rocking and rolling over there. We are rocking and rolling. Especially the gear DIY section. Mr. Psychotronic is responsible for making that as amazing as it is, and I want to thank him for doing it, because you're gangsta. You're amazing over there. Katie Lowen, good to know I'm not the only newbie on Discord. Dude, we were all newbies to it like a couple months ago. It's definitely the Legend of Zelda to us. He's got heavy hands. Yeah, this dude has heavy hands. I think he used the Vic Firth 2Bs. What's the heavy one? A's or B's? I think he was a B's. No, B's is lighter, isn't it? A's is heavier, isn't it? I'm not sure now. I'm not sure. I think 2B rings a bell. Like, I asked him, he needed sticks one day. I was driving past the jam where the Guitar Center or whatever, pick up the sticks. I was like, what kind you need? I think he said Vic Firth 2B. Nearly positive, which was the reason why I bought a ton of those for me, because I didn't know shit about shit. I was just like, let me, if I'm going to play drums anyway, I might as well get used to a pair of sticks that, like, make sense. So I just used whatever he was using. And that's how I learned how to play drums. But yeah, it's pretty amazing. I love the way this guy plays. My other buddy, Doug, is, like, phenomenal at drums. So fast. Like, his thing is Jimmy Chamberlain style. Fast player. A lot of sick fills, and, like, just his vocabulary on drums is out of this world, is how I think about it. And, like, the stuff he does, so intricate and crazy. And his style is very different than Leighton. They are two polar opposite drummers, and I love playing with them both. They both bring different things to the table, and they're both awesome. So it's, everybody's got their thing.
We tripped in triple digits and we kicked the bucket when I get sidetracked. I mean, I get distracted, can't go back to the...
I'm going to lower, like, all this stuff at the moment. Just pretty much everything. Well, at least these two. Let's lower this, like, 5 dB. Let's lower the dual slaps, like, 5 dB. Might as well have just, I already had a group. I wind up lowering everything like 5 dB. It's actually, like, it blended in the track fine. It's just, I want it to be a little more personal.
People, what's the word of the day, my friends? Mister, have you heard?
Now, before I go, there was just one thing I was considering. I was like, maybe I want to hit this bass in parallel. Either parallel or I'll just go right to it. Let's try parallel first.
People, what's the word
That sounds interesting. I don't hate it. What I'm actually going to try is throwing this at the end of all of these and just turning this off.
People, what's the word of the day, my friends? Mister, have you heard? It's all a means to an end. 'Cause all we're left with in the end was in your pockets when you went. And all the time you waste is lost till you start adding up the cost. And then you go, maybe we. People, what's the word of the day, my friends? Mister, have you heard? It's all a means to an.
It's interesting. The EQ is pulling it out of phase a little bit, which I could correct using something like the Little Abs, like IBP, I think it's called, which is in between phase stands for. Use something like that to kind of correct some of it, or I could decide, you know what, I'm just not going to use the EQ. Let's just hit it with this compressor in parallel, which is a very specific kind of flavor compression.
People, what's the word of the day, my friends? Mister, have you heard? It's all a means to an end. 'Cause all we're left with in the end was in your pockets when you went. And all the time you waste is lost till you start adding up the cost. And then you go, maybe we were 23 and we got old and cold, you know what I mean? Well, I get sidetracked. I mean, I get distracted. Can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past. Triple digits and we kick the bucket. Well, I get sidetracked. I mean, I get distracted. Can't go back to the future. Can't get out of the past.
This bass player is so good, it would be a disservice not to hear him. So I make sure we can hear this guy, dude. I just want to hear all his little nuance is in his playing. Just every little bit of it.
People, what's the word of the day, my friends? Mister, have you heard? It's all a means to an end.
What's up, Braxel? Everything going good? We good over there with the streams? We good? It's about 5 hours in. I think I'm going to call it right about now. Right about now. The Funk Soul Brother, check it out now. The Funk Soul Brother, right about now. Check it out now.
People, what's the word of the day, my friends? Mister, have you heard? It's all a means to an end. 'Cause all we're left with in the end was in your pockets when you went. And all the time you waste is lost till you start adding up the cost. And then you go, maybe we were 23 and we got old and cold, you know what I mean? Well, I get sidetracked. I mean, I get distracted. Can't go back to the future. Can't get out of the past. Oh. Triple digits and we kicked the bucket when
It's so interesting how much different it sounds with the PS amp, the Sans amp first. It's just so much more gritty with it last. Sorry, I'm just investigating a couple things here. Just trying to get the most out of the bass. My gut's telling me leave it alone without even using this parallel. It seemed cleaner. Just raise the volume of those tracks. Felt better to me. I'm using the Marconi knob on an Eve 1073 to drive the signal a bit and use this as a saturation box instead of an EQ. However, I'm also EQing it because with saturation comes a lot of frequencies and I don't want all of them. I'm also not using the high-pass filter because the quickest way to pull something out of phase from another track that's exactly the same thing is to start using high-pass filters. Even though this could be gentle enough that it might not be so severe, I'd rather just take the lows down on the low band of the EQ instead of using the high-pass filter because it'll be a little less damaging. That's where we stand, and just getting satisfied with this. Definitely going to check that out, Adrian Official. Definitely going to check that out. Braxel says, is this the same singer that sang the so-called Strawberry Trees? That's exactly correct, my friend. It's exactly right. Oh, many interruptions over there. I hope it fixed itself, Braxel. The stream has been open to your stream the whole time. Oh, that's amazing. I'm glad it's working. I'm back on work day over. Oh, nice, dude. We're about to wrap up. Is it? Yep. We're about to wrap up over here, Slag Media. Adrian Official Chris Stream. Sure M67 microphone mixer. Check it out. I definitely will. This is your last chance. Hit that like button while we, final touches. I'm about to print one. Slap that like button if you're around checking it out. I appreciate it. All you guys are awesome. You know how I feel about you. Thanks for coming through. Slag Media says that tone is awesome for bass. I'm glad you're feeling it. I don't know what iteration of what I was on when you said that, to be honest, because I was so dialed in, focused, that I'm not actually sure. All I know is there's so many ways I get saturation that I like sometimes. It's often Neve 1073 saturation using this knob and lowering the output. It's sometimes SansAmp, which is the OG best way to get a bass sound, in my opinion. If I had to pick one tool I always had to use for bass, it would be that and a Bomb Factory 76 or any 76, really. Really love the SansAmp. The SPL Twin Tube is one of my favorites, but since it's already on the tracks, I don't want to get double your pleasure, double your fun, double mint gum over here. I don't feel like that's the move. So that's why I turned that off. The Wolf comp was just more compression, and it was already nicely compressed by the 1176 and some on the channel, I think. I'm using a little channel love also, so I was like, it doesn't need that. So I was just kind of going through the gamut. You notice how it's giving us this constant, consistent, awesome bottom end, which I like. It's actually, why I had to turn it down. It was almost too much. So I'm just finding the right balance of that. But what I like is the bass is a little clean. You know, I like a distorted bass as much as the next guy, but I think I prefer the 1073 flavor of saturation to the Sansan. Granted, we're talking about this song specifically. That's how you know my brain's starting to get fatigued. When I can't make a decision, because I'm a pretty opinionated decision-making santo lapinte. As soon as I can't do it, as soon as I'm like, they're both good, what do I do? It's over. It's over for me. As soon as that happens, that's how you know I'm cooked. Mister, have you heard it's all it means to... Slag Media says, any tips for bass tone from finger players? This guy's all fingers all day right here. Tips for bass tone. If you're talking about, you know, like to tell a bass player tips, you can't really tell them what to do at all. That's what I find. There's something about bass players that even though they might be the quietest person in the band, they're usually the most stubborn. One of the worst sessions I ever had was when I told a guy, I was like, hey, you know, I was watching Joe Dart play and I noticed he plays way back by the bridge and his tone is so staccato and punchy, partly because of that. Like, there's a reason he's so punchy and staccato like, and his tone is so like, you know, he's playing a P bass, number one, but he's also playing that, like, you know, all these 16th notes, and a lot of his tone is you know, there's so much space. He's muting with both hands, but a lot of muting, you know, comes from his right also, and just playing far back has a sound. And I told a guy that once. I was like, you should try playing further back a little bit. And it ruined the whole session. Like, I learned from my mistakes. Don't say that shit. Don't tell anybody how to play. The guy who was playing was really good too. But I didn't trust me. I think my bedside manner was okay. However, I realized later it wasn't the right move. I shouldn't have said that. Because he sounded awesome. It's just like, who cares if I like Joe Dart's tone and why I think it sounds like that and whatnot? Who gives a shit? You know what I'm saying? Okay, let's talk about what we got going on here because I'm starting to really enjoy the sound, and I do think it's better with this parallel. I'm running a parallel this time. So what I basically did was I had a bass sound that I liked. It just wasn't aggressive enough. And rather than putting the aggression right on the tracks themselves, on this particular song, I sent them to this parallel bass bus. And I'm putting, so the tracks all go to the mix bus. See this? Mix bus on the 3 bass tracks. Of the 3 bass tracks, I've got a direct, I've got a D112, and I got an SM58. Those 3 bass tracks, all being EQ'd very similarly, compressed very similarly, and tube saturated similarly, they all go to the mix bus. We're sending also to a Neve with the juice cranked up fairly high. I mean, we're in the mic section, plus we lowered the output a lot to compensate, but we're saturating this box. We are boosting around 3.2K. We're lowering around 35 hertz because it just when I saturated, it brought up so much of the bottom. It was like an unbalanced, when I was listening to it, I was like, I need more top end on this bass and not as much low end. So we got that rocking. That's going into a Sans amp. And then I'm also throwing it into an SSL for an extra little bit of EQ. And I flipped the phase on it because it felt better. And also, I'm taking down a little low end on here, too, I think. Yeah, see, I'm lowering 13.2 dB at around 32 hertz because there's plenty of it. And this track was the aggression track. We got these hitting the mix bus with plenty of low end. Like on all these tracks, there's more than enough low end on there.
People, what's the word of the day, my friend?
Now I can at least hear all his cool finger nuances that I was going for.
That we was 23 and we got old and cold, you know what I mean?
Sonic Soundworks said, so I hope that helps, Slag Media. I want the low end consistency that you're getting on this. So the consistency comes from a few places. I'm compressing on the channel strip. And I ain't shy about it at all. All right, I'm hitting it. 10 dB. The 10 dB light's flashing. It doesn't necessarily mean you're sitting on 10 the whole time. And then our 1176. So the two of these with a moderately slow attack in 1176 terms, moderately slow, right? And then moderately fast release in 1176 terms. A little towards this would be your fastest. Take it down a little bit. 4-1 though on here, and our SSL is running, I don't know, 4-1 also probably. Yeah, 3.2-ish. And they're all doing the same thing, okay? So the low end consistency though comes from a few places. One is how much I'm boosting of the juicy part of the bass around 200. That's a big step right there. 200 is juiced on those EQs. Notice the juice. Juice! 200. Juice! Which allows me to take down some 30 and stuff, and I don't miss it because I got so much juice coming in. And then, what else am I doing? Okay, so that's consistent low end really coming from these 3 tracks. But it's also what it is. It's a direct, it's a D112, and it's an SM58. None of them are doing like only low end, only top end. Like, I don't love that trick. I like it sometimes, but more often than not, I do this. If I were to say on a law of averages, if this doesn't work, I'll go to that route. But I'm basically getting everything out of all the mics rather than, and that gives me plenty of low end because the D112 mic is super juicy on the bottom. So it's a combination of a bunch of stuff, right? But I always start with the basics. SSL 4KG should start to make me feel happy. Once it's happy, it's not saturated enough to cut small speakers. It's not going to give us all the extra frequencies I want to pull out of that bass tone. So that's where I go twin tube. And then I'll hit them with a 1176. Sometimes I do the twin tube last. Either way, it's working now, so I'm keeping it as it is. The 1176, blue stripe, a little saturated too. So anyway, I have done the split thing. Just be aware of your phase. You're going to have to flip the phase. Once you start adding anything, add any plugin, check the phase again. Notice what I was doing like crazy over here because when you go in parallel, phase could be an issue. When you add a different plugin, phase could be an issue. You took off the SansAmp, check the phase. You added crazy EQ moves, maybe. Is it better with the phase flipped, or is it better this way? Like, I'm constantly doing that when I got more than just like one bass track, right? You're constantly doing that. If you process them the same, you don't have to think about it. If you process a different track like I'm doing here with a parallel, you should worry about it. You should be checking it. You should be you don't have to stress. You just check constantly. Whenever you change stuff, you check. You know what I mean? You add a new plugin, you check. You're going for what has more low end when you flip back and forth. More low end, yes. More low end, B. And sometimes you want less. If it's a thing where you're going for the crunch and it's bringing up too much low end, like was going on kind of before, I was sort of like thinking it was better without it. But if it cancels stuff out like crazy, leave it without that. Flip the phase the other way. But yeah, the EQ moves on the 4KG is really what brought that out to the front too. I needed an aggressive channel, so that's why I used that. Sonic Soundworks says, recording tips for bass players is, in my opinion, to learn to play a steady, even level. What's poppin', Sonic Soundworks? First of all, how you doing, Sonic Soundworks over there? Hit that like button if you just showed up, man. We need all the help we can get over here. Let's boost this thing. Let's get this sucker pumped out as often as we can to as many people as we can. And Sonic Soundworks says, recording tips for bass players. This is so true, what he said. To learn to play a steady, even level. Practicing with a VU meter is what I used to do before recording to get a consistent level. It's actually a great tip. Not one that I think I've heard many times. How practicing using a VU meter can really help you maintain consistent level from an RMS standpoint, which is the important thing, because the peaks, like a bullshit peak here and there, which a VU won't catch. If it's, an old school analog style VU, there's rise and fall time. Don't worry about that. You got a compressor. We all got them. How many you need? You got one. Use that compressor. If you need to grab that peak, no problem. But the RMS level, the consistency there is key. This is a fantastic bass player. And I'll tell you the truth, this guy doesn't think about like evenly balanced playing. He just plays. He hits pretty hard, so no matter what, it just always works. But there's a weird trick to that. If you hit hard all the time, that just bottom everything out. Like just, your string bottoms out, you get a little less low end. But if it's all the time, you can make it work. If you play like delicately, where you're not bottoming out, you get more low end out of the bass. But if you got to play like that all the time also. Otherwise, when you start bottoming stuff out, it's not going to sound right. So there's a trick to it. Whatever you do it all the time is the answer. Like, be consistent. That's the trick. It is a fantastic tip, Sonic Soundworks. GDP likes it too. Bada bing. Yeah, there's no Brian Piontek, Slag Media. There's no amp sim on any of this stuff. Sometimes I'll throw one amp sim on if it's necessary, but in this case, I've got a D112 that I mic'd up. It says D12, but it's the D112. The kick mic that everyone loves is great on bass. Like, spoiler, it's fantastic. The SM58 is just as good as a 57. It's practically the same mic with a different grill. Different foam piece and grill because of it's made for singers, but it's the same freaking mic, yo. So a 57 or a 58 will do. And the direct bass plugged most likely directly into the board, and then that fed into the thing. I didn't usually go take the direct signal right into the preamp of this old school DigiDesign Jam. I didn't do that. I went through the board first because everything through that board sounded better than not. It had, mic inputs, line inputs, and it's this old school, like late 70s, early 80s Allen and Heath board that sounds pretty good. So it made these converters not suck because it had a little bit of a flavor to it. It makes the drums sound half decent, I'll tell you. If it wasn't for that, I don't know if I'd be able to revisit these and make them sound as great as they do, because those converters aren't the best. However, that board wasn't the best either. I got it for like $400. It wasn't a world-beating board there. It was cheap. I'm going to print that because we're pretty close to how I like stuff. Now, the next session I come through, you know what's about time it is, what time it is. Do you know what's about time it is, what time it is? Next session, I'm going to do automation. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to rock and roll. You're going to see Dot City up in here. So if you haven't caught that, check that. And also, we'll do final touches, finishing tweak stuff, and then we will call it a day. Automation final touches, the last, I don't know, 20%, 15%. I don't know how much we did. 85% today, maybe. Maybe it sounds pretty good, but like I said, that life is everything, and that little bit could be 3-4 hours. That's how it is. So let's rock and roll. Anybody questions, comments, throw it in there. Hit the like button. Do it up. Subscribe if you haven't. You don't want to miss these. And also, feel free to open a session while we're rocking and rolling and then work alongside me while I'm working. When I break, you break. You know what I'm saying? Make it work. I'm telling you. You'll get better work done. Just be part of a bunch of people doing the same thing you are. While I'm tweaking stuff, it's less weird for you to be tweaking stuff. Trust me. Because it's kind of unnatural to sit there tweaking a freaking cymbal for 6 hours. It's ridiculous. You know, or even the bass. Like, I'm fighting with this bass thing. A part of me thinks, I'm crazy. The other part of me thinks, no, the bass sounds much better than before. And it didn't sound that bad before. But that's why we're in the land of make-believe over here. I mean, it's the land of who knows what. It's Narnia. Freaking Chronicles of Narnia up in here. Okay. Okay, you get me. Let's save it as something else. Let's save it back. Let's go back to the M1As. Let's go M1As. Do. Yep, there's no amp sim in sight because I mic'd up a real amp, and it was if I'm not mistaken, the dude had an Ampeg, and he had an Ampeg head. I gotta actually figure this out again. No, it was a GK head and an Ampeg cabinet. And it was a heavy Santo. I remember carrying that thing every once in a while. It was not light. So let's print one, and then we'll jump in the chat. Questions, comments, throw it in there. We got Sonic Soundworks. Do you do mastering too, Evan, or do you use a mastering engineer to master your mixes? I do all the mastering myself, and I could tell you that it's a totally different mindset, but a lot of times it's that quick. Like, the best mastering work I do usually is once, like, if we're talking about on a mix like this, after the next session, when I finish out this thing and I'll feel like, okay, now I've added the life and I'm happy. That fresh day when I listen, that's often the day I master, because I think to myself, I'm like, okay, I listened once and I say, this needs this and maybe this. Like, just I'll in my head make that quick list of a couple things, and then I attack it often right on the 2-bus. That's how I do it. So in other words, if I'm not saying, okay, I need to go in and tweak, this vocal is, I lose this one word I want to hear and the solo should come up a dB. If I'm not saying that, I'm just saying, I just switch. My brain immediately goes to, is there enough, low end on this to be comparable to, whatever in my head it sounds close to, or I just kind of try to judge it from a distance and only deal with 2-bus stuff, which makes it a mastering day. Literally, I don't need to go in like a week or 2 or 3 from then. I look at mastering as how to put an album together. It's got to be cohesive. You got to have an order. You got to know which songs are going to be in what order so that you can decide, okay, this flows from this to this. This song should come down a dB. This one may need to come up a dB to make the whole thing work. Or this one's lacking a little low end because when we finish this song, now this sounds thin. So it's really about what's before it, what's after it. And that's how I think about it. Mastering is so much more for albums than it is for singles. The mix, when it's done, is freaking, it's usually, it needs nothing. If it needs anything, it's little minor stuff on a mastering day that's minuscule. Whereas if I get a mix that's really far away that was sent to me from someone, I might need to spend an hour or 2 mastering it. And that is its own thing. And it might take several tools to accomplish the job, and it is what it is. But when I get done with a mix, the amount of time I have to spend mastering it is minuscule. And I like it that way. I don't actually spend very much time doing it because it's not necessary. I'll spend more time doing it when I have to make a whole album cohesive, which is, in my opinion, the real purpose of mastering. Make this album flow from front to back. When everything lives on its own island, you have way more leeway for stuff. It can be louder, more compressed, more saturated, everything is on its own island. That's not the same thing. In my opinion, it's like I said, it's sort of like anything goes that way. Whereas the other way, it's way harder, way more thoughts got to go into it. Way more creative tools need to be used often to put a whole album together that sounds cohesive. That's the art of mastering, in my opinion, the true art of it. But I hope that helped. I hope that answered your question. If anybody ever needs stuff mastered, let me know. Holler at me. Sometimes, like I said, sometime in the future I'll do a stream on mastering, but it's best to do that with a project of more than one song. That's the best way to do that. No question, it's the best way. Because then you get to see the real part of it, not just like, oh, well, we could do 16 things to this and they'll all be fine, or not and it would be fine, or we'll do 18 other things. It's like there's too much leeway when it's just one freaking song. That's how I look at it. It's all opinion-based after all, but putting an album together is a freaking art form. So is mastering in general, I guess, for singles, but it's just, I don't know. I hate singles. Like, I just think they suck. In general, the concept of releasing singles, I don't like that concept. I think it's a bad concept. I think it diminishes an artist to a freaking, a single in a jukebox or something. It's just not the same. I don't know. Here we go. What do you guys think? You agree with me on that? Let me know if you agree. Output 13, 14. Interleaves 2496 MP3. Import after mouse directory. Keep it online so you guys can hear it. Jump in here. This is what we got. Okay, I'm turning the mic off and then we shall return. All right. As soon as this is done, I will be right back in the chat. I ain't going nowhere. It's time to jam out and listen to this track. And hope for the best, everybody. Hope for the best. Here we go. This is What's the Word by Real Be Easies. Let's do it.
I've lost the look, or maybe I've never had it to start with. You wrote the book, maybe it's true, I knew all about it. Maybe we were 17 and we were young.
Sorry I hit stop there because the bass is just a little loud. That couple seconds talking to you guys told me a lot about the friggin' bass, I'll tell you right now. Now, because it's on a parallel, I'm just going to lower this, which is going to send less level into here, because I don't think it's this one track. I think it's all of them. So the fact that we're all of these, just take these down like 1.6. It's just a little hot. I could tell instantly.
To the future, can't get out of the past.
I'm going to leave it there for now, and we'll determine the rest tomorrow. But that 1.5 dB makes a big difference on bass. It doesn't seem like a lot, but it is a lot. 0.8 would have been just a little bit. And so sometimes on bass, that 0.8 is enough. That just a little bit. 0.8. Love that. But in this case, I feel like we're going to be fine, especially in the beginning of the song when everything's a little bit lower. Like that bass sticks out a lot. A lot of this will get solved with automation also. It's just, I didn't want to have a print that I was like, I think I should lower that. All right, let's run it again. Here we go. Sorry about that. I'm glad you dig the snare, but that's what I thought about too, is like I like the snare, and the bass was so loud, it was actually kind of, some of the snare lives around 200, so it's like, knocking on its door a little bit there. I try to push the snare up a little over that, typically, where the bass can be 2 and the snare can be like 3. It depends here and there. But at the moment, I'm feeling it. Let's print it. Here we go. I don't know if I said it before. I can't remember. This is the Real Be-Easy's doing What's the Word? That's the name of the track. Paulie T on bass, Leighton on drums. Let's make this stuff happen. Let's rock.
I've lost the look, or maybe I've never had it to start with. You wrote the book, maybe it's true, I knew all about it. Maybe we were 17 and we were young.
Okay, we're back. I just want to check something real quick. Some weird glitchy thing in at the end. I wonder what that is. Right there. What the hell is that? Must be the way some of these things are interacting. It's this weirdness here, I think. Smooth. All right, we're back. That's done now. Now, there was something else I heard weird about like a minute in.
People, what's the word of the day, my friends? Mister, have you heard? It's all a means to an end. It's all we're left with in the end was in your pockets when you went.
I'm glad you dig it, Sonic Soundwork. Thank you for that. Nice. I appreciate it. Pong Master. Let me give you the official. Good to see you, my dude. How we doing over there? I don't know if this needs it or not, but it was like something felt like every once in a while this lead vocal got a little too quiet for me.
I mean, when I get sidetracked, I mean, I get distracted. Can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past now. I mean, when I get sidetracked, I mean, I get distracted. Can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past now.
Okay, also that cool effect, like it felt too quiet, no? Like, you know. Like there's this spacey flavor time. Space flavor time, you know the deal.
Get distracted, can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past
We lost our awesomeness here. What's going on with this thing? Come back to town. Play with us. Where'd you go?
Back to the future, can't get out of the past now. And you know, maybe we got old and cold, you know what I mean? When I get sidetracked, I mean I get distracted. Can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past now.
Okay. There's not enough level hitting this thing to make it do what it's supposed to do. That seems to be the issue. That seems to be the problem.
We got old and cold, you know what I mean? When I get sidetracked, I mean I get distracted. Can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past. Oh. Get distracted, can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past. Oh. Get distracted. Get distracted. Get distracted. Can't go back to the future. Can't get out of the past. Oh.
You notice that? It was almost like we had party time with aliens all over the place, and then they disappeared at some point, and then they just never showed back up. That's how it feels. It's like, where did you go, aliens? Maybe we need a little more life on here.
Get distracted, can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past.
This could also be a weird Pro Tools thing because I'm not getting any level feeding into this thing at all, which is weird. That's usually when you got to like reboot this freaking setup and then all of a sudden it comes back, that kind of bullshit. So everything I tweak now is probably a mistake and I shouldn't freaking tweak it. I'll tell you that right now. We'll go to 1B. Just knowing what happens with Pro Tools, whenever like you're not seeing stuff show up where it's supposed to, that's when, you know, could be user error. It could be a freaking preferences needs to be trashed and nonsense.
Can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past.
It's okay. It's not like we need this, but it was there and now it's gone. And that when I was listening, I was like, where did that thing go?
I can't be distracted, can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past. Get out of the past.
You know what I mean? There's freaking no level being sent into this stupid thing. And it's like, why? Tell me why.
Get out of the past. Get out of the
You see, it's hitting this. It never shows up here. I don't get it.
Get out of the past.
I hate when my tools ain't working the way they should be. You know what I'm saying? You guys know what I'm saying.
Get out of the past. Get out of the past. Again when I get sidetracked, I mean I get distracted.
There's just no reason nothing would be showing up here that I can think of.
Again when I get sidetracked, I mean I get.
Other than a crazy weird Pro Tools thing. There's just no explanation for this. Dear Humanity, M6 VD27BR. That sounds like the thing Pogmaster wrote. Dear Humanity. It was the same thing, wasn't it? The M6 VD27BR. It's exactly the same thing. VD27BR. Yep. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. I bet you that's what it is. Like I told you, this stuff, it happens. And it's enough to piss you off, that's for sure. So what I'm doing now is returning it back to the way it was because nothing I did like made it any better. You know, I wasn't solving the problem because I can't solve the problem because nothing can get into this section. I don't mean to put you guys through whatever's going down right now, but it's just part of doing what we do here. Maybe the specker needs a new tape. Such a good answer. Oh, Cube Tech, eh? We're in the house with Cube Tech. Make a pact with the devil and sell your soul for the free trial. Yep, we have our resident in-house dude, Toe Man, who loves his Cube Tech plugins more than the next guy. That's for sure. It's funny, Paulie T texting me at this particular moment. I wonder why. I don't even know. All right, here we go. Bada bing. What are we at? So so it's bugging me that it's doing that. What I'm tempted to do is just for my own sanity, just freaking. I'm gonna close this and open up. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna close Pro Tools. I'm gonna open Pro Tools, and then we will be able to see if that thing is there or not. I mean, I think I have to for my own sanity. It's freaking me out. I mean, I could do it next time.
Mister, have you heard? It's all a means to an end. 'Cause all we're left with in the end was in your pockets when you went. And all the time you waste is lost till you start editing.
It sounds freaking great, honestly. I'm pissed off about some nonsense that nobody even knows is there. If you watch this whole mix stream, you know what I'm talking about. I built this awesome, cool spaceship thing that's now a freaking distant memory. Paulie T's probably texting me going, "You don't need that spaceship thing." He's very Brooklyn, so that's what he would say. He'd be like, "The thing is fine. Ixnay, spaceship thing, get it out of there." He's like, "It wasn't meant to be with the spaceship thing."
I mean, I get this shiny, can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past. It's shiny, can't go back to the future, can't get out of the past.
Yeah, it's pissing me off. I gotta know, guys. I gotta know. So bear with me here. Sonic Soundworks saying, I had some time ago a glitch in RME Total Mix, lost some outputs and couldn't find anything wrong. Then I muted the track in Total Mix, unmuted it, and it worked. Yeah, wow, that's weird. A glitch in Total Mix, lost some outputs and couldn't find anything wrong. Then I muted the track in Total Mix and worked. Yeah, dude, stuff like that happens in everything. You know, in a mixer, in a DAW, but at least I'm used to it. When things don't work the way they're supposed to, the best way to go is shut the thing down and reboot it. You don't have to do your whole computer. Just close Pro Tools and reopen it. 9 times out of 10, that will fix the problem. If it doesn't, we'll find out. But right now, I hit save. I'm going to basically, let's go. Let's see if it's there. Bear with me, guys. We'll find out together. I ain't going nowhere. I'm going to be right here. You're going to look at my face. Look at my face. Here we go. Rocking and rolling. Don't go nowhere. Thank yous coming and any chat nonsense. Throw it in there. Let's nonsense up over here. What do we got? Throw it in that chat. We'll talk about the nonsense. All of it. Let's find out, guys. Any DAW problems you guys have had? What about Reaper? Anything? Here we go. Closing the session. I'll be right back. And don't you forget it. Here we go. Actually, you know what? The quickest way to do it is actually to go from here. I'm going to I'm just going to double click it so we can get, actually, that's not going to work. I have to freaking close this thing. That's what I have to do. I have to quit Pro Tools and restart it. So that's what we're going to do. Bear with me. Here we go. Rocking it. Coming right back. Stay with it. All right, we're back. Back in business here. Your ex married. My ex married my brother. Oh, dude, that's awful, bro. I don't know if you're joking or not. What? Either way, it's terrible. So I opened up the last session. I remembered the last thing I did was like something in here that glitched, but it looks like I fixed that. That was this weird part right here. Okay, so we're back. Now I'm gonna save this. What do you notice? The freaking spaceships are back. Anybody else notice? Instantly, we got spaceships again. Hallelujah. Spaceship City, guys. Now let's hear how loud the spaceships really are. They should be okay. You hear that? You know something's up. I bet you if I look at this, I mean, it's working. You know what I'm saying? Now we look at this. Where's our freaking vocal? Talk to me, vocal. Right here. No, that ain't it. Where is it? Here. V1 effects. Watch. Now you'll see level in here. I mean, what did I tell you? Do I tell you or do I tell you?
I mean, when I get sidetracked, I mean, I get distracted.
What'd I tell you? You know what I'm saying? It almost, you use something long enough, you realize the workarounds, you just wish they weren't there. Like, there's nobody in history who says, I'm happy I know what the problem is, so I just have to reboot. Like, why do I have to reboot? Why can't they fix that? You know what I'm saying? What is that? What's going on there? I mean, we're asking a lot probably, but still. I mean, we're running hundreds of plugins and all these crazy things, and we're automating every parameter under the sun, and sometimes things are going to fall off the wagon, I guess. It's just part of it. But having to catch that's annoying. Every once in a while, I remember like 2-3 years ago when I was mixing something. It doesn't usually happen. That's what I'm saying. I have to trace back to when it happens. A bunch of stuff on the mix bus. Everything was on, not bypassed. I'm tweaking knobs, and I'm like, I can barely hear this. So I crank it to like 10 on a Pultec. I'm like, this sounds like it's not even on. No matter what, nothing's doing nothing. Boost 8K, like all the dBs. Boost 60 hertz, everything. It's not changing the sound. So I did the preferences, and it came back. But like, why does that happen? You know, but that's why fail-safes are important. For anybody who doesn't have something like the clarity that keeps your eye on what the LUFs are and stuff, like it's helpful. Because for me, it's not about how loud I am. I don't really give a shit if I'm -7 LUFs or -9 or I don't care. It's going to sound great anyway. The problem for me is once I see one print was like -8 or something, let's say it's -8.1. If I make another print and it's -11 or -12, I know something's messed up. So it's just a fail-safe. It's like, what's not working? Because there's no way I lost 3 dB when I made one little tweak to the freaking way the guitar was panned. Like, no chance. So it's just another way to make sure your tools are working. That's what I love about it. You know, when you make a little tweak, it should be the same freaking volume. So it's super helpful for that. That's helped me more than once. That is what will spot an issue. You'll be like, oh, I need to reboot because for some reason we lost 4 dB. And if I didn't catch this, I'd have just, later been like, what happened to the spaceships? Freaking after I release a song, what happened to the spaceships? So you got to be aware. And I heard it wasn't there, but then we dig in and we don't see any level feeding the meter. You got to know what's good. So anyway, let's print one now. It should be okay, hopefully. Get there. What's going on here now? How come what's going on? This is one of those days. It's just one of those days. Something gonna jump out the bushes and grab you. Okay, here we go. Saving the session as 1C this time. Jumping in here to a 1C measure because it's just a correction. Wave A1314. Yep, I don't have to click this every time. I am just a crazy person. Output, not bias, not physical output. Output. A1314 ASR. Interleave 2496 at MP3. Import directory. Good. All right. Turning the thing off. We'll rock and roll. I got to print one more. So here we go. Listen to that bass player, Paulie T from B. Listen to him hold that thing down. Holds it down, playing a jazz bass, Fender Jazz. Most likely running through the Ampeg amp, if I remember correctly, and the AK. What is it? The GK head, and it's like a classic head at this point. It was in my possession for a little while. That thing is an awesome head. All right, here we go. Let's rock it.
I've lost the look, or maybe I've never had it to start with. You wrote the book, maybe it's true, I knew all about it. Maybe we were 17 and we were young and
Well, we're back. Everything went swimmingly that time, except for one weird moment. It did that thing that sometimes randomly happens. It's like, it sounds like a tearing. I don't know if you guys could hear it though, or if it's just on my end. I think you guys could hear it. It was when I made a face. I made a weird face. I was like, the hell is that? Because it wasn't part of what I did. It's just like a weird glitch in the plugin game. It's you typically only when I use the Galaxy in crazy manners, but it doesn't usually happen. It's never happened when I was printing a track. That's a new one. But anyway, I'm not going to make you sit through another one of these prints at the same time. You know, everything went the way it was supposed to. It's just one of those it turned into like a tearing sound, like that weird, you know, you'll see me, if you look at the playback, you'll see me go, what the hell is that? And I look over here because that's where it came from. It's like one speaker and it was like a tearing. It wasn't the sound I dialed up. It was something crazy. And it was all that Galaxy effect. It was from that, most likely. It almost sounds like I should be switching from the sample rate I'm at, not the sample rate, in the playback engine, the buffer size, to bigger. It almost sounded like that. Like, I don't know why that happens, but it's something to do with that, I think. And I have a lane I can go up to. I just don't really want to, because in case my voice and everything's locked up with this now into the video, and there's a whole thing with 4K, and I don't really want to do that if I can help it. So anyway, that went swimmingly, though. That sounded great. Why am I saying swimmingly all the time now? I don't know. Maybe it's because it's becoming summer. It's almost time to swim again. Anyway, let's get in here. There's some nice stuff being said. I appreciate that, Alex. You told me to drink, and I hadn't had a drink in almost all streams, so I appreciate you reminding me to drink some water, dude. Uncle Rick's Wagon Days. I try to forget. Dude, I hear you. And chow mein time. Eat food, bro, or at least water plug-in. Dude, the water plug-in is where it's at and very necessary. Very necesario. What do we got here? Some songs, Alex Christoph, this was the nice thing. He said, some songs more than others, your singing, I think I get the point here. When I read it, I understood I understood where it was coming from. It was a very nice compliment. You're basically saying some songs more than others showcase my singing skills, and this is one of those for sure. Macy and Try Me are my favorite too. I appreciate that, dude. I really appreciate it. GDP for real story for another time. Maybe Discord, some Jerry Springer stuff. Sonic Soundworks says that's 1 million years old spaceship that needs maintenance. Dude, that could be it. That spaceship it might need a new tape in that plugin. I think we're onto something with that. Hit the like button if you haven't. Get it done. Push this thing out there. Anybody watching doing their thing, hit that like button. Do what you gonna do. And because you hit the notifications, because I'm about to finish this mix up probably tomorrow, because I got to catch up here. I missed a couple days streaming. Now that we know what we're going to do, we got the song all ready to go. The finishing touches are right within reach, and that's what we are going to do on the next stream. Automation, finishing touches, maybe a couple moves on the mix bus here or there, little tiny stuff, but it's always the difference maker between like this mix that's not bad, but the life that I can bring out of a mix when it comes to everything is all about automation. Like, that's the answer. So if you're making mixes that you like, but you're not automating stuff, like, you're missing out. You're just missing out. That's all I can tell you. You're missing out. And if you could do more than one fader at a time, that's always the way to rock, and it'll make your lives easier. Because that's the way it was meant to be done. It's not meant to be focused on one thing at a time, in my opinion. You're supposed to focus on everything at once. Pongmaster has a great deal right here. And it's true. Pongmaster wrote, I'd print that Galaxy on a separate track. Effects with lots of feedback sometimes get weirdly triggered and put out different results with each pass. They do, but like what you said, it makes sense. And it's whenever your system's acting funny and crazy, if you can just commit whatever's making that harder on your system, it'll always be better. And the more parameters you automate, especially on a plugin like that, the more workload is on the CPU, 100%. So that would be a good move. The thing is, my computer is generally like more than fast enough. I mean, I'm streaming in 4K, knock on wood. Multiple cameras are set up to be working all at once. And, the capture cards are two 4K things to make both cameras work in 4K, essentially. And also running a Pro Tools session with zero lag. Like, this freaking thing should be fine. It has been fine forever. It's just every once in a while, the Galaxy Tape Echo is really the only thing that gives me guff. But you're right. I should print it. I should commit that stuff to its own track and then never have to think about it. I actually don't mind the stuff that always is a little bit different. But usually this is like, it's the Pan Man is on it and stuff. So that, depending on where it starts, it could be moved to a different place. I don't mind that. I actually love that. I'm not somebody who's like, oh, this mix is great, except the freaking thing is panned to the left this time and it moves right instead of starting right and left like it did last time. I don't get into the weeds like that. Like, it wasn't meant to be, on the left to the right. If it's the best, if the print that works is right to left, you get me? I just deal with it because it makes sense that it's like, it's alive. I like it being alive. I don't want to make it dead. It's alive. So let it live, Give it some sunlight. Water that thing. Let it go outside every once in a while. You get me. It was audible here. So you heard the ripping, GDP? I wonder if it printed to the track, though. Like, that's, I think, more of what I meant by, I don't know if you guys could hear it. It's not even about, did it go over the stream? It's more about, did it print onto the track? That's my question more than anything else. I'm actually kind of curious now if it printed onto the track. Let's see. I actually don't hear it. I mean, I think it was there because that's the second time the chorus happens where that crazy effect is, and I didn't hear it that time. So it might have not. It might just be something like in the monitoring or something that I don't get it. Like, maybe somebody could explain to me. I don't get it. Maybe we were 17. The first one sounded great. I remember thinking that was great. So it's not the first one, which is right there. It's which ends here. That's fine. What about this one? So far, so good. It's not there. That was it. That's what I mean by, doesn't it sound like a tearing? It sounds like somebody's breaking the space-time continuum and we're about to have a Cloverfield on our hands. That's what it sounds like to me in here. You see what I'm saying? What is that? That's like some crazy, that's a bad tape in the Galaxy Tape Echo. That's what that sounds like. Strange, right? But just know that that's not part of the track. This is how it's supposed to be. Ready? See what I mean? It's not there. It's just there when the computer decides to shit the bed or whatever. I'm not exactly sure why, but we're okay. That was the worst of what just happened. Just that brief second of space-time continuum craziness. Yada yada mo blada. Fee fi mo mata. Yada. It's definitely the 1 million-year-old spaceship for sure. Cloverfield, man, you and I are the only two in the world who like that one. Dude, Cloverfield was ridiculous. I saw it with one of my closest friends at the time, who's still one of my close friends, but he's got kids now and moved out of, the section. He's in another section in the world. You know how it goes when people like that. So we haven't hung out as much as we used to, but I used to chill with this dude all the time. He did all the artwork for everything my band ever did. A brilliant dude in his own right, Joe Shaka. And what was I just freaking saying? Oh, yeah, we saw Cloverfield, and it was in Manhattan, obviously. That's where I lived at the time. What a freaking amazing movie. I mean, the original OG Cloverfield, like, nobody knew what to expect. And it looked ridiculous. I remember showing up at that theater not knowing what to expect at all and being blown away. Because it was like one of the first times they'd ever shown a Godzilla from a first-person perspective. Like, nobody'd seen that stuff. That thing was so ahead of its time. I don't get down with, like, all the second one, the third one, whatever. Like, I feel like they just kept getting worse, obviously, like most things. But that first one was a freaking crazy out there, like, way, way ahead of its time. And the way they filmed it must have been nuts. And I still think that was prior to CGI taking over everything and making everything worse. So there was some of it that was like that, but a lot of the sets, because like Joe was a set designer, and like he would do stuff for commercials and movies, all sorts of stuff. So he was just like, he would point out stuff afterwards that was crazy. I was like, why did I didn't even notice that? It's like with us, with audio, us engineers, like we hear stuff that people who listen don't hear. That's the truth. We just pick up all the stuff. We pick it all up. And if we point out to somebody what we're doing or something that's going on, like they'll get it. Be like, oh, now I get it. Like the part feels bigger because there's a space before it. There's a silence. There's a rest. Like you point that stuff out, people take notice of it. But until then, it's all one thing to them. They don't see it that way. But yeah, that one in Gravity hit me pretty hard. Very immersive in theaters. Yeah, they were both like worth seeing in theaters. I still remember seeing The Matrix in theaters for the first time. That was ridiculous. I don't know how this derailed into a freaking conversation about amazing movies in theaters, but stay tuned for the next stream of this because I'm very excited to finish this thing up. Super pumped. And let's do some thank yous over here. You guys are awesome. Everybody who took part, I really appreciate it. I appreciate it immensely. Let's pull it up. We got an awesome list of thank yous here. I hope I didn't forget anybody. We got Vinyl Bear Studios. We got Braxel 1. So thank you to Vinyl Bear, Braxel 1, Adrian J. Official, Slag Media Records, Alex Christoph Drums, GDP Japan. Don't forget Brian Piontek, the man behind the Slag Media. Mr. Psychotronic 5406. We got F the System 728. We got Lycopene Rock. Vicio Beats in the house. It might be Vicio. And cannot forget about Pongmaster 1-2 Trips. And of course, Alex Christoph Drums, the man who must be said twice, Uncle Rick, Sonic Soundwork. All you guys, awesome, awesome, awesome engineers, making stuff happen, making life great. Mixing songs, bottom line, and making our Discord amazing. Join the Discord if you haven't already. The Discord's where it's at. Also, Katie Lowen. Thank you to Katie Lowen for dropping by. And if I missed anybody, I apologize, because sometimes, it doesn't let me scroll all the way to the top. But we had a couple new faces today, which is cool. Oh, here we go. We got the KJ Bot 11, plenty of thank yous to be had. All you guys are awesome. I really appreciate you watching. This means a lot to me. I could put you through another print of this stream, but I'm not gonna, because all that's gonna happen is there won't be a weird space-time continuum rip going on at the end. That's all that will be different. The rest is going to be exactly the same until next time when we sit down to do our automation. And that'll be the final, the final version of this, which I'm excited to do. So this was What's the Word by Real Be Easy's, and we will be finishing this up on the next stream. And if you're not familiar with how I do automation, it's interesting to watch. And we got these views like this one, so you can see the hands on the faders, and then you got the close-up of the faders. So we got ways of making this thing interesting, and, check that out. And if you have questions or anything, feel free to join any stream to ask questions. They're always welcome, and I won't just answer them. We got anybody who's in the chat is welcome to throw in their opinion and their 2 cents and make something of it. So it's a nice melting pot of information. That's the truth. And join our Discord if you haven't already. I will throw a link in the chat right now so that anybody who wants to join that thing can join it. Yes, Alex Christoph says thank you to Nightbot. You cannot forget about Skynet. I'm glad you dig it, Braxel. Also, if anybody didn't catch it, the way to fix Pro Tools issues is quit it and open it again. And always have something on your desk to tell you what the LUFS level is, because that is your first cue that something is off. Most likely, you'll know. If all of a sudden your drum parallel goes off, the level will be different. It'll be lower. If all of a sudden your plugins ain't working on your mix bus, the level will change drastically. So that's another reason why I like to mark what it is typically. Like I'll mark, somewhere what the LUFS is. It's not relevant for me, but it's relevant as a comparison to something else. That's the only part that's relevant. So anyway, we will stay tuned. We will make this thing happen. Stay tuned till next time, all right? Hit the like button if you haven't. It means a lot. It helps push the thing. I appreciate it. Also, check out my latest video I just dropped. I've been dropping fairly consistently videos lately. And the last one I dropped I found to be pretty interesting. The Widener one was very divisive in terms of, so I could tell, some people really agree, some people don't. I've had a couple lessons I've given since then where people wanted more of an explanation of that in a different way. So happy to do it. But there's been plenty of questions surrounding the widening thing, and it's something I think most people need to know. Don't lean on wideners. It's never the move. Don't lean on that. And the idea of the last video, the pre-production thing, GDP kind of gave me that idea too, because he was basically he's like, not enough people do pre-production today, and it's so important. And I agree 100%. It's one of those things that I think anybody who's been proud of a record in their life realizes that they had to put some thought into making that great. And that forethought is a lost art too. Pre-production is its own thing. It's a lost art. And session organization is its own thing, and it's a lost art also. But if we keep passing down the info, I think people will do it more and more, and then we'll have results that come together better and better. I mean, even if it's got nothing to do with me touching it, it's like if you're mixing your own stuff and it's organized, you'll be able to get a better result. Trust me. It's just how it works. If you put some thought into pre-production, it'll take you an extra day, 2, however much longer. Could be a week, but it'll also take you probably a week less time at the end. When you realize it's missing this, or it should have this, or I wish I would have done this, then you'll just have to spend the time anyway doing it again. And it's better to get it right the first time. Because when you get done with the track, if you love it, you're in a way better position to want to promote it, to want to talk about it, to want to play it again for you, for your friends, for your people. If you get sick of that song, the last thing you're going to want to do is play it for people, because now you're sick of it. And that happens when you do things over and over and over. That's why I stress, and I want to end on this because it's important. Anyone can do what I'm doing here, where you make a mix in 4 hours, then you finish it off in another 4 hours, and then you're done. Maybe, like I said, you listen one more time the next day with fresh ears. Whatever your brain tells you need to do after one playthrough all the way through, you make those tweaks, then you call it done. Everyone can do that. It just takes discipline. And then if you do that, you'll get better every mix. You'll be better at mixing a year or 2 from now if you finish your stuff between now and then. If you just let it drag on, never call it finished, you're never going to get better. So that's the truth. I hope you dug it. questions, comments, all of it. I appreciate it all. Throw it in the comment section. Mr. Psychotronic, I hope I mentioned you, dude. Thank you for being amazing like you always do, bro. Mr. Psychotronic in the house, and he's a big part of our Discord and why I think it's so much fun to watch. Check it out. It's fun to be there because of that, because of Mr. Psychotronic. A lot of what everyone drops is awesome. I'm not diminishing it. It's just I'm particularly interested in some of these, the DIY, build it yourself, the gear stuff. Like, it's really cool because it's so far out of my wheelhouse of what I know how to do that it's really interesting for me. And I'm learning a lot constantly. If you're learning, you're doing something worthwhile. That's the truth. So, Mr. Psychotronic, thank you. Pre-production should be pre-production is so important. Later, Sonic Soundwork. Thanks for stopping by, everybody. We did another one, so thank you. Throw in some awesome sounds, and we can't forget our favorite one. The bicycle horns of greatness and good fortune. So everybody go with that. Have a great weekend, everybody, and tomorrow we will finish this up. So stay tuned for that. I'll post the notice as soon as I know what time it's going down. You guys are awesome. And I want to thank GDP also, even though he's been all over in Osaka, Tokyo. The guy's flying around doing his thing. He's got family in town. He still manages to somehow be part of everything we do, which is an amazing thing. And we really are thankful and appreciative. So thank you, GDP, Japan, and everybody else for watching and being part of this thing. Thank you guys, too. I really appreciate it. You're awesome. You make this what it is, and it's a lot of fun because you're a part of it. So you hear that? I don't know if you heard it, but that's my stomach growling. I'm starving, about to go eat. So with that, I shall leave you, and until the next time, all right? Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. You guys got this. Thanks again for watching. Take it easy.